strategic priorities meeting this year. This is the kickoff of our year, and we're really excited about this meeting. I just want to do some quick introductions. Of course, we all know our illustrious council members, Councilmember Dramoff, Councilmember Booter, Councilmember Barron, Mayor Byrd, and Mayor Pro Tem Dells here in the center. We have also in front of you all of our department heads and many of our managers, starting down there on the end. If you just raise your hand as I go through, Nova Romero, our city clerk, Marissa Bermudez, our assistant city administrator, Joel Staker, our IT manager, Ken Wysocki, our public works director. We've got Jamie Fields, our finance manager, Melinda Cervantes, our library director, Anna Jeanette, our community planning and building director, Chief Moore from the Monterey Fire and our fire department, and last but certainly not least, Chief Todd Trayer from our city's police department. So you know all these faces, but this is the meeting today. We're going to be interacting with the council and with you as we go through a couple of housekeeping items. We've got, most importantly, there's 2 restrooms in the building. There's restrooms up here. The Women's Club asked that those are women's restrooms there because there's stalls where they're set up for women. There's a general unisex restroom in the back, so if you can help with that, that's what the Women's Club asked us. Really excited about the meeting today. We're going to cover a lot of ground. One little housekeeping note for all of you sitting at the table. Please remember when you speak, get as close to the microphone as you can. You don't have to put it in your mouth, but get the microphone close to your mouth, please. I will remind you as we go along. So I want to go through a little bit about what today's format is going to look like. We're going to do something a little bit different this year. It's going to be different for those of you that have been loyal, faithful to this meeting. It's going to look a little bit different, a little bit the same. I'm going to go through and give a little bit of an opening comment. I'm going to ask the council to do the same to sort of set the intention for the meeting. I'm going to give a presentation on the full list of priorities, start to finish. We're going to run through the whole thing, no stopping. Then we're going to go back to the start of that list and do a detailed discussion by each priority area. So the blue and the brown are not unintentional. If you notice from this priority spreadsheet, we have it formatted by tiers, and I'll go into that in a minute. We're gonna receive council and community feedback in each priority area, and then we're gonna compile that feedback and come back for a rebrief in February at City Council. No, I said around 1 o'clock. We're probably gonna make lunch closer to 12:30 because people will be hungry by then. So we've got lunch coming 12:30. We'll take a break. We'll take an actual break. We'll stop so everyone can reset their brains, and then we'll start again at 1 o'clock. So I mentioned the new setup of the priority list, and I think it's important to do that right now. So I want to just take a second to explain the hierarchy. It's organized under 3 different levels: strategy, priority, and goal. And that's important to note as we go along here today. The green ones are council strategic areas. That's the highest level, long-term vision for the city. There's very few of those. There's only 5 of them. The next level down is council priority areas, which are meant to focus on the more specific objectives within one of those long-term visionary strategies. And then the 3rd level down are the goals. These are the things, these are the projects that we talk about, which are measurable. We can decide if they're done or not. So that's how the new priorities list is set up. And what I was talking about earlier, how we're going to go through it, is we are, and I lost my clicker again. Can I get the next slide from you? Dan, can you go to the next slide, please? We had such a good momentum going. There we go. Okay, as I mentioned, we're going to focus on one priority area at a time. That's why the colors are important. So you see I've circled here. Under the green, high-level visionary, we've got blue categories. We're going to take each category one at a time as we go through the priorities today. So we're going to go to a blue area, and then we're going to discuss all of the brown items underneath that as one batch because they all relate to a blue priority area. And I'll talk about this more as we launch into, but I just want to set everyone's mind that that's how this progression is going to go. And then we'll follow a pretty normal cadence back and forth between city council and the community, which is here. So this is once we get to a blue area, we're going to talk about all of the brown items underneath that. We're going to get council questions on those brown items. We're going to take public comments on those brown items, and we're going to come back and get council comments, which could include feedback on those existing goals. And this will be an opportunity if any council members want to add a new goal Of course, we're going to be looking for some sort of majority from the council if one council member wants to add something. And then trying to get a level of priority for each goal, level 1, 2, or 3. We'll get more public comment. As you all know that have attended this is a pretty organic meeting. There's some nice back and forth between the council when it's needed. And then I'll do a summary at the end of every blue section if we need to. So with that, I'm going to pause for a second, look to the council members, see if you have any questions on the formatting before I move on. Seeing none, I'm going to move quick. Okay. So this is my opportunity to blather on more than I already have. This is my intro, my goals, and then I'm going to ask the council to share with each other, with me, and with you, their goals as well. But as I mentioned, this is a new approach this year. I'm new here in this position, and so I wanted to bring a new energy and a new way to do it this year. We're gonna receive that council philosophy on prioritization. That was important to me, and I preloaded, just so you know, the magic behind the curtain. I preloaded all 5 council members, and I said, I want you to think about what your philosophy is on prioritizing projects in the city, and I want you to tell that to each other and tell that to the community. So as we go through this meeting today, we're all on the same page. We're setting that intention. Also, what I want to get out of this meeting is an agreement among everyone that I don't think it's going to be hard to get, that we're going to have regular check-ins throughout the year on these priorities. It's one thing that we as an organization didn't do well last year, and I think it's important to be honest about what you didn't do well. And that's something we didn't do well last year. We didn't have regular check-ins with the council on how we're doing on these priorities. So I'm going to be harping on that today, that I'd like to be every 3 or 4 months back to council, maybe even put this list as a regular report in our council package so that any time it can be pulled for discussion. So that's a goal for me today, is to make sure that we all agree on that. But biggest and most important for me as a city administrator is to shape the city's work plan for 2026. I'm going to use a music analogy because many of you know I'm a musician, or tend to be on the weekends. So the city administrator is essentially the conductor of the staff symphony. And what does that mean? That means that every player in my symphony has a specialty. They all know how to play their instrument really well. They're expert musicians. And we together, as a city enterprise, our 90-member symphony, we create music together. We create what happens in the city for a year. What I need from the council is what type of songs are we going to play throughout the year. The council doesn't get to tell us how to play our instruments. They're not going to tell Ken how to play his tuba. Obviously, that's the instrument Ken would play in a symphony. But they are going to tell us what type of songs to play. And then it's my job as the conductor of the symphony to work with my players and execute those songs in the best way possible. So for me, what I need from the council and from the community today is, what are those songs we're going to play this year? So again, this doesn't limit the council members individually. They can work on their own things throughout the year. They can explore what they want. But what I need is what myself and our staff are going to be working on throughout the year. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to my 5 bosses and ask them to please share their philosophy on prioritizing, their goal for the day, and anything else they want to impart. I did ask them to keep it under 6 minutes each, please, and I'm sure they will all do that. So in no specific order, I'd like to start perhaps on the left, just because I read left to right. Councilmember Dramoff, would you be so kind to kick us off with us?
Absolutely. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you for that introduction. Is my mic working okay? Everyone can hear?
No. Closer.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Now, better?
Yeah.
Better?
Okay.
Okay.
Real close.
Getting even closer here. Okay, so thank you, Brandon, for the introduction and for all your work on this. And here we go. Okay. So just to start out, I'd like to say that, frankly, our priorities list and the way it was executed last year was a disappointment. We only had 1 meeting in January, and that was it. And we were supposed to have meetings twice a year, and I could not agree more that we absolutely need regular updates for the council, for the public, and for staff. And as everyone here knows, but I will remind them, is that the mayor controls the agenda. He decides what's on the agenda, and the mayor also decides what is left off the agenda. So, looking back on the year, it seems that the mayor pursued his own priorities instead of the council priority list. At one of our last council meetings, a member of the public, Jim Beck, spoke out, and he summarized that last year we just did the 3 Ps, and those are parking, pickleball, and pastor. And I would like to add the library remodel was something else that we spent a lot of our time as a council, several months on that, and none of those 4 items were on our strategic priorities list. On another note, while I appreciate the initiative and effort that Jeff took to fill in all the goals in section S6 with the long-range plans, none of this on the council approved the 198 items, and yes, I counted each one of the goals that was entered. So last year, those sections had been left blank the last time that we saw the list, and I assumed maybe we might put 2 or 3, possibly 5 goals under those items, but under climate action, we now have 64 items. Under the housing element, there's 48 items. Wildfire prevention has 50, and the library master plan has 36. I can't even begin to contemplate how much staff and budget would have to increase and frankly skyrocket off the charts to be able to achieve all those goals. My priorities from last year and this year continue to be the beach and its maintenance, the new police department with Public Works building, and the revision of the housing element. As I have spoken many times, the beach is our #1 asset, not only for locals, but for visitors. And we have not maintained it. We have not done the repairs, and there are damages from 3 years ago, from 2023, when we had the storms. We've got damages to our beach stairs on 10th and 12th Avenue. The 8th Avenue sand ramp continues to erode and need to be repaired, and now we actually have brand new erosion north of 11th Avenue. And it's frankly shameful to see plywood boards on the staircases at 10th and 12th Avenue, blocking public access to the beach because these repairs have not been done. We're behind in the police station remodel project, and we will be searching for a new architect, and as I understand, the RFPs have come in. And I'm glad to be on the selection committee for the architects so we don't make the same mistakes that we made previously, as we have wasted time and money. The housing element revision is nearing the final stages, but we have lost time in the process, and there is a lot we need to do and a lot we need to stay on top of. We still have the objective design standards. We just started recently with a meeting with the consultant on those. We've got the ADU ordinance and the need to create a fund for the housing, just to name a few items. I wholeheartedly reject the mayor's vision for Carmel, which he articulated recently in the Pine Cone. He presents an either-or premise, which I fully reject, and it is not consistent with our town. He says either we build a luxury grandiose hotel on our city-owned lots, including underground parking, or we rush into becoming a charter city with the tremendous implications that has that many people don't realize. Like his idea to do valet parking on the entrance to town, a luxury hotel, which we don't need, in front of our historic Sunset Center, is something that would turn our town into something entirely different and something out of our character. There is no public demand or support for either, and as Mary Condrey stated in her letter to the council, our public lands are not open for developers. A charter city will result in higher taxes, such as a vacancy tax, a real estate transfer tax, and most concerning to me, parcel assessments, which will hurt property owners. And as we saw in our housing element, we still have 30% of people who live here who are middle class. Some of them are on fixed incomes, and this can drive them from their homes, cause them to lose their homes, and even more of those homes will then be bought up by second and third homeowners who often leave them vacant. We need to explore all existing revenue options first, and that includes increasing the TOT, selling the Scout House, and selling Flanders, both of those being city-owned properties. I fully support the work of the Financial Stewardship Committee, and I support looking for ways to cut spending and have our government be more efficient. We have to live within our means and be realistic about what we can and can't do. My overall philosophy is we are a small community with a population of 3,000 in 1 square mile. We should focus on doing a few things well, not spend our our money on grandiose, extraordinarily, and costly schemes and plans that won't work out and will change our village character forever and irretrievably. We don't have the staff capacity or the budget to try to do everything. Let's focus and prioritize on selecting some projects like the ones I mentioned earlier. My top priorities are maintaining the beach, doing those repairs, getting the police station moving along, and getting the housing element revision. Finally, I just want to add a note. For new items, I would support adding PG&E undergrounding in a specific location only, and that is at Dolores and Second, where many of the power outages occur year after year, as that's the distribution site to the rest of the city. I would like us to pick up on and run with the momentum that was generated over the holidays with the last 3-day, 4-day power outage, when Hans and Jeff made very significant inroads with the higher-ups at PG&E. I'm not talking about undergrounding for the entire community, just that specific location. I think it could make a big difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Booter?
Thank you. Can you hear me? No? No.
Just talking. I think they raise the volume as you speak,
Oh.
so please just go ahead.
How about now?
There you go.
There we go. Well, first of all, thank you for being here. I know it's an investment of your time. And, in general, this exercise, all of us sitting here today, is really only valuable to the extent that the document that ultimately comes out of this process actually guides our decision-making. So first, it should guide our decision-making in terms of how the council agenda is actually set. And one of the things that I gained, I think, more appreciation for in my first year of doing this is that our time in public meetings is finite. It's finite just like staff capacity is finite. And given that, we really need to be spending the most time on the things that are our highest priorities. Has anybody heard of there's a bestseller out there right now called Atomic Habits. Has anyone heard of that? So the author's named James Clear, and he has a quote that I like. He writes that, quote, "Your priorities are revealed by how you spend your time, not by what you say they are." And if you look back at how we spent our time this past year, we didn't spend our time on our biggest priorities. And I think that was a failure. I was going to say the same thing about the pickleball pastor and parking, which, while maybe slightly unfair, was definitely witty and I think does capture, a larger truth. Second, this document really needs to guide how staff prioritizes their time. So this past year, we had staff spending a lot of time on issues like parking, which in this exact meeting a year ago, the council explicitly said, we're not going to make that a priority. While other items which were listed as priorities didn't get staff resources or adequate staff resources. So for example, the design traditions, which was a priority, sometimes they couldn't meet because they were told there wasn't capacity, right? My wildfire committee, we have really good representation of staff when we meet, but we're only able to meet once a month, because of capacity issues. So the things that are priorities, that's where the staff time needs to go. One problem that I have with this document as sort of currently constructed, and I actually think that, Jeff and Brandon, I think you did a great job. One quibble I have is that it lists a bunch of goals, but it doesn't actually prioritize among those goals. So, ostensibly expanding free public Wi-Fi is just as important as the housing element or dealing with our budget challenges. And so Brandon, I appreciated you seemed to indicate some kind of potential prioritization. That's what I was going to advocate for here. I don't know that we need like an ordinal ranking. Like it doesn't need to be 1 through 20, but I do think at least denoting this is a high priority item or not, or maybe even 3 tiers, I think which you mentioned. I think that would be a great idea. Finally, in order for this document to guide decision-making, it has to remain top of mind. And so, as Alessandra mentioned, in past years, there was always a mid-year check-in on priorities after 6 months. This year, that didn't happen, which is, I think, one of the reasons that things went sideways. So I would suggest that we actually do the mid-year review this year, and potentially even, triannually, maybe even every 4 months. And beyond that, and I mentioned this in our last meeting, I would stick this document, the priorities list, which we're going to spend a lot of time on today, I would stick that document in every council packet for the Monday meeting as an item on the consent agenda. And there'd be a couple benefits to that. One, it would just remain top of mind. I mean, I will be honest with you, at one point, a few months back, I actually emailed the staff and I said, can somebody please send me the priorities document? Because I don't have it. And, so it just speaks to the fact that it was not the document that folks were using to sort of set the agenda. Second, I think having this document in a council packet every month would give us an opportunity to pull an item if we wanted to talk about what's the progress on this particular goal, where are we, or just in general, it would give us a chance to discuss prioritizing our time and resources. A couple sort of last miscellaneous thoughts before closing. There's a couple items in here that I think are sort of clutter. So for example, we have like 5 or 6 pairs of items where it's like council adoption and then certification by the state or certification by the Coastal Commission. And I just wonder if we might be able to clean up the document by making that, the final step is really the certification by the relevant body. And I think it implies the council approval. And so I think we could shrink the number of goals and shorten the document by doing that. And then lastly, just in terms of how this meeting proceeds, it might be preferable to get a variety of items out there, sort of a brainstorm, put the stuff on the wall, and then cull afterwards once we can see the whole picture. Because otherwise, if somebody presents a potential goal, but we haven't heard the potential goals later on, further into the document, we're not going to be able to compare it against the full set of possibilities. So my preference would be to get everything out there and then to narrow it down to the ones we actually want to pick. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Barron?
Thank you. Excuse me. Can you hear me? Maybe? Sort of? Oh,
Yep.
let me,
Pull it closer to yourself, sir, and then just start
Okay.
talking. They'll raise the volume for
Better.
you. There you go.
I have a few rough comments. We were asked, Brandon asked us to talk about our philosophy and our goals for the day. So philosophy is pretty straightforward for me. Hans talks about this a lot, and I personally am most interested in long-term projects that encourage people to live in Carmel, maintain the village character of Carmel, and improve Carmel and the lives of people that live in town, especially as they lead to a stronger community. And I think that, so that's pretty self-explanatory. I'd like to also, there's been, Alessandra has spoken about this before, pastoral pickleball and parking. And I think that we, and Hans talked about sort of the structure of the list, and I think that both of those things that they have talked about, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot, lead to sort of a sense of rigidity that I think we can't afford. People talk about sort of the Pastor project, but this is what we do. Like, this is part of being on the council and doing the city's business is handling things like Pastor. That's not, like, it doesn't need to be on the priorities list for us to spend a lot of time doing it, because frankly, it's our job. It's like serving people at a restaurant, It doesn't need to be on a server's priority list to treat customers with respect and treat customers nicely and get them their food. Dealing with Pastor, dealing with that whole situation and all the press they got, that's just what we have signed up to do. So I don't regret spending the time. I don't regret spending the time doing it. It's difficult work. We're going to see that again with Verizon, presumably in the next 5 or 6 weeks when that eventually hits the council. This is just what we have signed up to do. Pickleball, I view pickleball as sort of an emergency. We had a situation where pickleball players were converging on the pickleball courts, and really being disruptive to the neighbors. And we as we owe it to our constituents to deal with emergencies, even if they're not on the priority list. And maybe we should have polled the council to see if it was an emergency. But my guess is the council would have voted yes. So I don't see a problem with the time we spent on pickleball. Parking, Dale can talk about parking. I agree, parking took up a lot of time, a lot of council time on the dais. I agree with Hans that the time that we have to spend together is pretty limited. And I was disappointed that we spent so much time on parking. I'll talk about that again in a second. Goals for the day. So I have 5 goals. I have 5 goals listed. So I'm the goal guy. Project list wise, I hope that we would get out of this meeting with the 5 of us satisfied that something that they are passionate about made the list of priorities. Like I hope that we would get out of this meeting with the understanding that the priorities list represents all 5 of us. And even though we don't get exactly what we want, we are happy that the priorities list represents the sum of the team effort of the council and that the 5 of us are part of a team. And that it's not my way or the highway. I can deal with, if we want to make it a priority to build a building on the Sunset Center parking lot, like if 3 council members want to do that or however it is that works, I can accept that the council decided to add that to the priority list, even though it might not be a priority of mine. I'm okay with that. We're a team. We should support each other in the work that we do. I'd also hope that the priorities list would contain a mix of short, medium, and long-term items. Most of the things that I spoke of being interested in, the Design Traditions Project, the Forest Management Plan, stuff like that I've spoken about before. Those are long-term projects that lead to the continuation of the thing that we know as Carmel. And I'd hope that in the rush to sand the sidewalks or pave the streets or beautify downtown, that we don't spend all of our effort on these short-term projects and these medium-term projects, and we forget about the things that sort of support the village and all the reasons that we're here. Each of those projects, Design Traditions, for example, as I stated a couple weeks ago, we started the Design Traditions project 5 years ago, because we were having bad outcomes from the design guidelines. Like that is something that causes permanent damage to the sort of built character of Carmel. And I think it's important that we fix that. So that's the example of a long-term project. Third, I'd like to understand how we as council members get things onto this list. Like I don't know exactly how this happens, but I would like to see it be a little more flexible than once a year or raising your hand at this meeting. Fourth, procedure-wise, I'd like to see the council, as all 5 of us, have the discipline to avoid hijacking council meetings and staff time with ad hoc items that are not on this list. I agree with the assessment about parking. I agree with the sort of way that parking sort of made it onto the agenda. But the real-world consequence, so for example, the real-world consequence of that is that the Design Traditions project did not make it on the agenda for months and months and months because all the agendas were full. And the Design Traditions project is something that is completely stalled. And so if we had had the opportunity to get the design, if we had used one of those parking slots to talk about Design Traditions or anything else on this list, I'm just using these as examples, the Design Traditions project we could have started the next phase or the question that we have asked the Planning Commission to do next month. We could have done that 6 months ago. So we fail to realize, the council sometimes fail to realize that in addition to staff time being a regulator of how long projects get done or whether projects get done or how expeditiously projects get done, the other thing that regulates projects is calendar time. And sometimes projects just stop and the calendar just keeps going because time keeps going. Or the number of meetings, a project, something like Design Traditions, which may have like 3 Planning Commission meetings or 5 Planning Commission meetings. The Planning Commission only meets once a month. And it's difficult to get that time. We need to be respectful of their time and spreading these things out. And sometimes we're not really aware of how there are lots of things other than staff time that cause projects to be delayed. And we need to sort of, we need to understand that and be able to prioritize projects with that. And finally, and Brandon and then Hans talked about this, I'd like to see more robust oversight from the council. That means having this meeting or some version of this meeting more than once a year. Maybe it means talking about this every other month, just a piece of it every other month, so that we can understand, sometimes I feel like we have these 5-hour meetings and we talk about so many things that it's impossible to keep all these things apart. Maybe we should, there are lots of ways to sort of cut up this apple so that we do a better job of understanding what our priorities are, and then finally holding staff accountable. So this is what we need to do. Have you done this? Have you not done this? Whatever. And so those are my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor?
Good morning
Good morning.
to my colleagues, city leadership and staff, and to those here today to help us do our important work. Before I get started, I guess I'm in an alternate universe. I guess that was said at the first comment, because I am really proud of what the people at this table did in the last year. I walk around all the time, and everyone comes up to me and says they have never been as happy with city government as they are right now. I have not had one negative person in months. So I am proud of what we've done last year. I think we've got hundreds of good things done. This is a complicated little city. There are lots of issues. There are lots of opinions. And I'm new to this. I'm not a politician, and I'm never going to be. And I'm just proud of what we've done, and I'm not going to back down from that. And I'm not going to back down from having a vision. So here's my talk. I'll begin simply. I love this village. I think you all know that. I know that everyone in this room loves this village, or you wouldn't be here today, and you wouldn't be showing up at council meetings. You wouldn't be who you are. You wouldn't be living here. That love is why Carmel has remained passionate, beautiful, and special for generations. But love also carries responsibility, and sometimes responsibility asks us to talk about things we would rather avoid. For instance, for 35 years, Carmel has not had an honest public conversation about parking structures, not because the idea is wrong, but because it feels uncomfortable to us. We've struggled with what to do about our police station, not because we don't value safety, but because the solution has felt complicated. We debate housing, traffic, and infrastructure, but we rarely allow ourselves to connect them into one honest picture. And we talk about preservation far more easily than we talk about sustainability. Yet, sustainability is what allows preservation to exist. We proudly fund destination marketing, and we should. It works. People come, but every visitor also brings a car, a need for services, and an expectation of experience. When we refuse to talk about the infrastructure that success requires, we quietly shift the cost onto our residents, staff, and the future. Meanwhile, our neighboring cities are reinventing themselves. Each new hotel opening around us is generating roughly $1 million a year in transient occupancy tax, funding their parks, libraries, roads, and public safety. I'm excited for them. They're my friends. They aren't doing this because they love their towns less. They're doing it because they love their town enough to adapt. We can do that too in a Carmel way. Not bigger, not louder, not careless, but integrated, thoughtful, and brave. And we already have proof that Carmel can do big things well. The Harrison Memorial Library restoration, which I guess wasn't a strategic project for this town, began as a bold idea many thought was too ambitious. Today, it's an almost fully privately funded $17.5 million project, professionally managed, widely supported, on schedule and on budget. Within weeks, we will have accurate cost estimates and schematic drawings. By the 100th anniversary, it will be completed. That's a very clear goal and one that we will achieve. But the most important part is not the building, It's the model. The library is being delivered through a public-private partnership, a collaboration between committed community leaders, skilled private partners who share Carmel's values, and a city that insisted on transparency and discipline. That partnership did not reduce our control, it strengthened our capacity. It did not compromise our character, it protected it. If we can do this for our cultural heart, we can do it for our civic future. So with that proof behind us, let me ask a few questions, not to argue, but to invite imagination. What if we stopped talking about our police station as a single building and started talking about it as part of a holistic civic center? What if we stopped seeing Vista Lobos as just a parking lot and started seeing it as an opportunity to solve parking, housing, and financial needs together? What if we talked honestly about the Sunset Center parking lots, not as untouchable asphalt, but as community assets tied to cultural vitality and financial sustainability? And what if we talked about Sunset Center itself, not only as a beloved venue, but as an institution that must remain financially healthy to remain artistically vibrant? What if we explored public-private partnerships not as a loss of control, but as tools to protect our independence without asking our residents alone to carry the burden? I'm not here to advocate for any specific project. I am here to advocate for something more important: permission. Permission for Carmel to finally talk about the things we have been afraid to touch, because silence is not preservation, it's postponement. And postponement has consequences. If the only solutions we allow ourselves to discuss involve raising taxes, we've already limited our imagination. And if we refuse to discuss how to use our own assets, our land, our facilities, our parking lots, we are choosing financial fear over creative stewardship. Carmel does not lack beauty, it does not lack history, and it does not lack love. What it sometimes lacks is permission to imagine how all of that can survive. That this moment is not about approving anything, it's about changing what is allowed to be discussed. Because the right projects will never appear until the right conversations are permitted. I want Carmel to remain a village that future generations thank us for, not because we protected it from change, but because we protected it with courage. So today I'm not asking for agreement, I'm asking for openness. Permission. Permission to explore parking with design, not fear. Permission to explore civic centers with vision, not suspicion. Permission to explore Sunset Center and our parking lots as assets, not taboos. Permission to explore partnerships with intelligence, not ideology. Permission to imagine how Carmel stays Carmel in a changing world. If we give ourselves that permission, even imperfectly, we will have moved this village onto a better path. That's the leadership moment before us, and that is the moment I hope we choose. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem?
So I guess I'll start by saying there's a lot of pollen in the air. I'll try to stick to the exercise that you asked us to do and maybe not give a speech. My philosophy in general on many things is, but especially for this meeting, is that less is more. And if I was true to that, I'd just stop talking now and we'd move right along, right? But I will say a little more. I really struggled with this meeting a year ago when the three of us were brand new, as we call it, a strategic priorities meeting, and yet the outcome of the meeting, as Brandon said, is to select what songs to sing. And that was helpful, Brandon, thank you. And so we call it strategic priorities, and yet the outcome is what do we want to do next year or this year, in the next budget year. So it's, it goes from a very high level thing eventually down into something very finite. But let's start with strategic, right? Strategic, relating to a high level plan designed to achieve important and long-term goals, focusing on the most crucial aspects. High level, important, long-term, most crucial. Priority, a thing that is regarded as more important or urgent than another. If we're serious about establishing true priorities, we need to decide what is most important and most urgent. believe strongly that we can only have the government we want if we have the money to pay for it. That's what I ran on. It's what I focus on. I try not to get lost in the clutter of all the other things. We're going to talk about this very quickly as one of the strategies. But we have roughly $100 million in deferred maintenance in this town. And I want to give you an example. Look at the room that we're in. This building is owned by the Women's Club. It is impeccably maintained. It's as old as most of our city buildings. None of our city buildings look like this because we've neglected them. Our infrastructure has been neglected for decades, and we're now in the final spirals of it collapsing. Compare this building to where Ken goes to work every day, where it's raining inside the building in the Public Works Department. We have gutters inside the building on top of electrical panels. So let's not sugarcoat the state of our infrastructure. We have a lot to get after. We've ignored it for a long time. It's going to be very expensive to fix it. And under our current strategy, we don't have the money to do it. And I think we have to talk about that. And I know I'm motivated by pretty much that and nothing else, because that's about the long-term sustainability, fiscal sustainability of the town. So I believe quite strongly, again, that less is more. You've heard me say many times that we have limited capacity. We're just 1 square mile town. Everything should be easy, but the fact is we do all the things that the big boy towns do. We have a police department. Look at all these department heads. It's the same departments that Monterey has, and it's the same departments that San Francisco has. We have to do all of the same functions, and we have to do it with 92 people. That's limited capacity, right? So I think it's always important that we understand our capacity and not plan beyond our capacity, or we figure out a way to expand the capacity. What is capacity? Capacity, first and foremost, is money. And it's just, if you don't have enough money to do something, you shouldn't even start doing it. But capacity is also time, and that's our time. That's what a lot of my colleagues have said this already. It's staff's time, it's our time, it's your time. And I think Jeff made a really important point. It's also the calendar. Every time you turn the page on the calendar, that is also capacity. And that's important to factor in. But I think perhaps most equally important, and we don't talk about this, is skill. Our 92 employees and the 5 of us, we have certain skills. We also lack a lot of skills. There's just a lot of things we don't know how to do as a team. And in general, I try to get us to stick to those things that we have the skill to do. Yes, we can always hire skill, and we do. But I'll tell you that based on observing this town, from this seat for a year and from other seats for several years, we're not the best at managing outside resources. And that's a skill in and of itself. So when we say we can plug a capacity hole by hiring somebody, well, let's make sure we know how to manage that person and that we know how to achieve the outcome that we're asking that person to achieve. So my goal for the day is simple. I think 17 pages of strategic priorities, strategy priorities and goals is a little excessive. I'd like to leave here with a shorter list, like 2 pages. That would make me really happy. Less is more. Thanks.
Okay, we're back. Hope you guys enjoyed the intermission. Apologize for that. Well, it was still good. What I was about to say was congratulations. I had this next section scheduled for 10:45. We did okay. So we're on time even with our little intermission that we just had there. So I'm gonna poach 1 minute of the 10:45 transition because I think it's really important. I like to provide summaries of things when I hear them. So I'm just gonna go really quickly through what I just heard from all of you because I think it's important, sticking with the symphony, all the staff, and I don't say this very often because I don't like the way it sounds, but all the city staff work for me. I work for the council, but we all work for you. We all work for them together. So I think it's important that we're all on the same page as we go through. So what I heard were a lot of really great suggestions and goals and visions for the day. Things like from Councilmember Dramov, having more regular check-ins on the priorities, making the list more meaningful, don't do things that are not on the list. Councilmember Booter, let's get all the items out on the table today before we say one's a bad idea. Get some kind of priority going in the list, which I talked about, and make it the list meaningful. Councilmember Barron talked about a mix of short-term and long-term projects, more council oversight, regular touch bases. Mayor talked about needing to prioritize things that are going to sustain the village, talk about things that have been difficult to talk about in the past. And Councilmember Delves talked about how less is more, ensuring that we have enough money to have the government that we want, and really focusing the list. And the reason I think it's important to go through all that, because you're all about, the 5 of you, I'm talking to you individually now, are all about to go through an exercise where you're going to work with each other. So I would implore you to keep each other's thoughts and goals and visions in mind as we go through, because one of the things that Councilmember Barron said that I wrote down, which I thought was great, is that I would like all of you to be satisfied when you leave here today, that you feel that at least one of your priorities has been given the light of day. So please, let's try to take that approach today. So with that, without further ado, we're going to go into the strategic priorities list. And as I mentioned in the intro, I'm just going to run through the list. We're not going to have a conversation quite yet. I just want to get it out on the table, what everything is. If you don't have one of the PowerPoints, they are in the lobby area there. It'll be probably a lot easier to read than up on the screen for those that are in the back. So please help yourself if you'd like to grab one of those. I'm going to do the same because the angle here is a little tough for my eyes to catch. So, the question is, where did the priorities come from? That's an excellent question. So this list has been evolving for years. These meetings that we have every year are one of the places where these items come from. Last year, the city council that you see in front of you made the decision, and I think it was a good one, to try to reorganize the list in a more hierarchical fashion, talking about the things that I just mentioned, the strategies, the priorities, and the goals. So that's the new format. But the items that are in here, last year at the beginning of the year, what we did is we took the existing council priority goals that were on there, and the council asked staff to let them know if there was things that we felt were priorities as well, goals that we as staff thought were very important. And so this list now represents a mix of those items. So this list specifically came from last year, but this process has been going on for multiple years. So the first page I'm going to go through, these all fall under the strategy of exercising financial sustainability, accountability, and transparency. Under the priority of budget clarity, we have review and reformulate approach to reserves and update and refine financial policies. Both of these are done, so we're not going to spend a lot of time on them. And one of the things that we did also last year was we modified how the goals were written so that they're a little more self-explanatory. There shouldn't be a lot of question about what they are, but when we get into the questions and conversations with the council and the community, all the department heads can speak to much more greater detail about items if there's questions from the council. The next one under financial health, receive council approval on revised investment portfolio approach. This was taking a look at how we're doing. So the city does do investing. We have to do it in a very structured, non-risk way. But it's worthwhile having a conversation with the council about what that approach looks like. That hasn't been started yet, as you can see. Complete internal review of city readiness to take on bonds or other financing. Obviously, this has to do with potential big projects in the city, like the police building. We haven't had that conversation yet. Implement a new HR payroll management system. This is an item that we've started researching. but we haven't gotten too far on yet. And developing potential revenue enhancements and receive council direction. As the two gentlemen in the financial stewardship work group talked about a little bit, we have started these conversations. We don't have anything to act on yet at this point. But again, those all fall under, as you can see how this is structured now, all under the auspices of financial health. The next set of items fall under the strategy of steward the natural environment. The first one up is beach infrastructure repairs and maintenance. You'll probably notice these are essentially capital projects. It's rebuilding the 8th Avenue sand ramp, completing the 4th Avenue outfall, rebuild the 10th and 12th Avenue stairs, and complete maintenance and repair of bluff revetments. These are all underway in various levels, and Ken can speak more to them when we get into if needed. But essentially, they're all in the design phase right now at various levels of completeness. The next priority area under the natural environment is wildfire mitigation and prevention, where we have adopt an updated Carmel Forest Management Plan, which is well underway. We're hoping to get in front of council this year, planning on getting in front of council this year, I should say. Certify the LCP amendment for updated Carmel Forest Management Plan. This is what I believe Council Member Booter mentioned earlier. As you can see, we have the same item. These are two important steps, two milestone steps along the way, but the council member made the comment, perhaps one of the things we should look at is just consolidating those into the final step. The next one is adopt local fire hazard maps. This is done, so it's something that we can take off the list after we present it. And adopt additional citywide wildfire and prevention measures. This is ongoing. We have a wildfire committee that certainly we can talk about that as we go. The next strategy area is the largest one, as you can see, maintaining public safety and infrastructure. Under the first one of public safety, the first priority of public safety, complete the transition of ambulance services to Monterey Fire. That's done and going really well. Implement a street address program. That has gotten a long way, and we are nearing completion of that project. City buildings, this is non-police buildings, so this is any city building. This would be, Scout House, Flanders Mansion, any of those things. The two goals that the council has right now are conduct a condition assessment of all buildings and develop a maintenance plan. Ken and his team have been working on that in concert with the financial stewardship work group to talk about deferred maintenance. And then the second one is make the police and public works buildings safe before the remodel. These were the very low-hanging, simple safety improvements. This does not include things like waterproofing the building. Those are much larger projects, which we can talk about. But the immediate safety stuff that the council said needed to happen right away is done. The next priority area is the police public works building project, the city building of the police and public works building. This is one where it is, like Councilmember Booter pointed out, is broken out into sub-goals, milestones, if you will. The City Council decision to rebuild versus renovate. We did get that decision last year, so that was great. Thank you. Selecting an architect. We are coming close to that. The construction plans and financing approved by City Council. The construction beginning, and then the employees moving back in fully. Obviously, those last three are not done yet because we have not selected an architect yet. The next one under public safety and infrastructure is the digital infrastructure, nod to our IT department. Infrastructure does not just mean things you can touch and feel. It also means the things that serve the whole community, which is the digital infrastructure. So completing an IT audit, including cybersecurity, which is very important. That's underway in parts. We're hoping to have that wrapped up by this year. And then what we'll get out of that is developing and adopting an IT strategic plan, which happens after the first item. The last one under safety and infrastructure is streets and sidewalks, where the first one is assessing the condition of all sidewalks and tree wells and create a maintenance plan to get current on those repairs. That's done. As we mentioned before in many meetings, we had a company who came and mapped the whole area, and we've started working on the easiest repairs, the cheapest repairs first, and we'll progress through the CIP as we go. The last one there is complete repairs to get current on all sidewalk and ADA improvements. We are going to need to have a CIP plan for that. That's not quite fleshed out yet. The next strategy area is preserving the village character. The first one under that, priority under that is design review, which is an important way for how we preserve that village character. The first goal under there is adopt an updated design guidelines and zoning code. This is the Design Traditions 1.5 project. This is underway. As many of you know, the council directed us to surge some staffing at that recently, so that effort is underway, and we should be at the Planning Commission within the month. Next is certifying an LCP amendment for the updated design guidelines. Once again, this is what Councilmember Buder was talking about earlier, where it's the same item broken up into two major milestones. Reinstate the Design Review Board. This is something that will come out of the design guidelines. And complete the objective design and development standards for affordable units. This is also underway. As many of you know, we just had a community meeting the other day about this item. The objective design standards, for those that aren't familiar with those are for affordable units within the city. Those are not replacing our city's subjective design guidelines for regular development. But that is underway, and that's an important part of our housing, of fulfilling our housing element goals. The next one under priorities is attracting new full-time residents. We have a host of things under here, including adopting an ADU ordinance, certifying the LCP amendment for the ADU ordinance, once again, a duplicate there, 2 different steps, adopting the housing element amendment to move units from the city lots. That's nearing completion. We plan to respond to the state's minimal comments next week, and that should get us to the council hopefully by April of this year. And certification of the housing element amendment to move units from the city lots to the state. Once again, a duplicative item with 2 serious milestones. And then the last one is researching policy options in response to accelerating population loss and loss of families with children. This is something that we've talked about before, addressing the loss, just what it says, loss of population, specifically those families with children, because as much as we talk about character, and recognizing this falls under preserving the village character, you can't have character without characters, and so that's how those are related to each other. And the last one here is the strategy of providing effective, reliable, responsive, and friendly government services. This is somewhat Councilmember Delves was talking about. So process improvements is the first priority area, implementing new permitting software with a focus on integrating AI. Director Anna Jeanette can talk about that a little bit. She and her team have been exploring and talking to companies that do permitting software, implementing technologies to support routine staff tasks and free up time for enhanced customer service. This is something all of our department heads have been asked to work on, and how we can incorporate technology into our day-to-day. Our IT director has done a great job of creating a survey to understand what the technology needs are of our department heads. The next priority area is public access to records. We have a number of our historic records that have already been scanned and digitized, but we want to keep going on that. So this is somewhat of an ongoing project, but still a priority. And then the last one is one of the newer ones that was added to the good question earlier. One of the newer ones that was added last year is a smart village plan, thinking of ways that we can use our digital infrastructure to better provide that safe, effective, reliable, and responsive and friendly government service to the people that live and visit our city by expanding the Wi-Fi network to cover all parks and public areas. So those are the main strategy areas. And what I'm going to do right now is probably give some people some relief. So the next section are the city's adopted plans. These were put in here intentionally so that the council and the community understood that we have these adopted city plans. In each of these city plans have a list already baked into them. So if you were to ask me the question of, hey, Brandon, where did all these brown lines come from? Well, those came from the day that the plan was adopted. They were already in the plan. So all these lines, these hundreds of lines that you see, those are already in these plans. We are not going to go through all those lines today. We're not going to talk about those. These are meant to be illustrative for the council and for you of other things that are going on in the city and the staff is working on. One of the things that came out of this process a few years back, to your question earlier, was that the original list was a spreadsheet about, my arms can't even go that wide, about this wide. There's so many columns because we were trying to track everything. We had everything that the staff does, all the CIP projects, the regulatory things, like in Ken's shop, some of his team have to monitor water quality. All that stuff was on there. So the council a few years back said, you know what, let's take the day-to-day routine stuff, CIP for the most part, off of the list so that we can focus on these strategic priorities from the council. And so these city adopted plans kind of are between that realm. So they're on here so you can be aware of them, but they're not necessarily, the items are not necessarily something we're going to be talking about today. So what I did was I just wanted to put a short list up of these are all the adopted city plans that our city staff are either working on updating or working on implementing, because I think that's important just for everyone to be aware of. And then the last slide to talk about are the items that used to be called the parking lot, and we've changed it now to future projects. Because that means they do have a future. They're not dead, they're not parked, they're not abandoned, but these are projects that are important, but not actively being worked on by city staff until we're directed by city council. So one of the outcomes from today could be that a council member or a member of the community could say, hey, I really think something on that future project list should get elevated, and I think something on the current list might get put in the future projects list. That's a real outcome from today, potential outcome from today. So the items we have on the future projects list that last time council said don't spend any time on these, they're there, but just leave them alone, are transient occupancy tax increase, exploring opportunities for Flanders Mansion, exploring opportunities for permanent outdoor dining and a downtown master plan, exploring outdoor wine tasting, explore opportunities for the Scout House, the Carmel Area Wastewater District Bridge to Everywhere project, undergrounding power lines separate from Rule 20A, build city-owned conduit system for data, which is currently owned by Comcast, and implement a parking and traffic management program. So that's the entire list. Now what I'd like to do, with everyone's permission, is go back to the beginning of the list, and we're going to do what I said earlier. And I'm going to go back just to remind everyone, because it's been a little bit of time. Remember, what I'd like to do is focus on a blue area, talk about the brown things inside of that blue area, and take this approach. Have council questions on the brown items so we all understand what they are. Then we'll go to public comment, and we welcome everyone to come up. And then once we get your comments, come back to council for their comments. This is going to follow the same progression that you see in our council meetings, because I know you all watch every time we have a meeting, and you know the progression very well. Those council comments, the most helpful ones would be, but we're welcome open to everything, feedback on those existing goals, any new goals you want to be added. One of the questions earlier was, where in the process today can a council member or a community member say that there should be a new goal that's an item that staff is actively working on? This is the point in time when we get back to council comments or in public comments. And the council comments can also, I'm going to ask you to give me a notion of your level of priority for the items that are on there. As Councilmember Booter said, the list will be more helpful to me as I conduct the symphony of our staff throughout the year and make it an actionable list if I understand what the most important items are. So I don't need, as Councilmember Booter said, I don't need to have 1 through 20. That's not helpful for me. What is helpful for me in understanding how to execute the vision is whether something is a level 1, a level 2, or a level 3 priority. Level 1 priority being, this is the most important thing in the world. Please do all you can to get this done in short order. Recognizing that some projects take longer than a year, but don't stop working on it until it's done. Level 2 is it's still very, very important, but don't do it if it gets in your way of doing a level 1. And level 3 is, as you find time to work on this thing, make sure that it's happening this year, but it's not your number 1 priority. And if anything doesn't fall into a level 1, level 2, or level 3, then my suggestion would be we put it on a future projects list. So with that in mind, we are going to go through the list, and we will start here under the strategy of exercising financial sustainability, accountability, and transparency. Now, unless the council has an opposition, I'm going to skip budget clarity because both of these items are done. So I'm going to look to the 5 council members. Are you okay with that? See, Councilmember Dramoff, you okay with that?
Yes.
Barron?
No.
Okay. Then let's go. If one of you isn't okay with it, then I don't want to go past it. So we'll start with budget clarity. The 2 items that we have on there are, forgive me, review and reformulate approaches to reserves, and update and refine financial policies. So, council questions on these items. Any council have any questions on these 2 items?
Hey, Brandon, I'm confused. You're just looking for questions, or are we going into?
I think I'd like to suggest, and certainly council, if you want to deviate from this, what I would suggest is, if you have any questions about what those items are, please let's ask those questions. And then just like you do in your council meetings, let's hear from the public first. Let's get public comments on those two items, and then bring it back to the council for comments and deliberation on the item. Does that sound like a fair approach?
We'll find out.
Okay, we'll learn as we go together. Mayor, you want to say something?
Where within that list does our ability to look 5 and 10 years out in the future live? Where everything goes red? We've seen that report, and I'm not sure that's on that list.
Well, if you don't see something on here that represents that, then that might be a good opportunity during the comments to say we should add a goal.
I think it's pretty clearly financial health.
We keep an eye. Yeah,
I
financial
agree,
health.
I agree with Hans, it's
Yeah.
assumed, but I don't see it on the list.
Okay. Okay, so it's not, you're right.
I don't even see budget on the list.
I think all of these things are intended, so everything underneath the blue, so the financial health is a priority. It is a priority for the city to maintain its financial health. How we do that is by executing the goals that are underneath it. So if you think that the goals underneath financial health don't add up to financial health, and there needs to be another goal, then we can add a goal.
Well, we're putting a dashboard. I mean, there's all kinds of things I know we're working on.
Yeah.
Does that need to be on the list? I mean, this is the first one, so like what kinds of things should be on the list is what I'm asking.
Yeah, the goals, that's a good question. So the mayor asked what kind of things should be on the list. The goals should be sort of larger strategic types of projects. So we are working, as the mayor said, we're working on having a dashboard so that people in the community can see into the budget, it's financial transparency. So I would say, for example, in this one, I wouldn't create a dashboard as a goal. If you think that a goal could be take steps to increase financial transparency throughout the community, that would be a goal. And we would achieve that by things like the dashboard.
All right.
Okay. So any questions on budget clarity? Councilmember Barron? No? Okay, well, let's open it up for public comment then. Any public comments on the budget clarity section that has to do with review and reformulating the approach to reserves and updating and refining financial policies? Please come up to the microphone.
I'm Scott Lonergan, and I just want to ski off a couple of things I just heard from Mayor Byrne and Councilmember Dells. You're talking about a dashboard. I don't know for sure what's on that, but one thing I'm not seeing, and this might tie in with Bob Dell's mention of $100 million of deferred maintenance. So I think what we need is an asset plan, condition plan. I think this was suggested as essential, if I remember in the Q&A from last year's budget. And so if that's there to tie out with that 100 million, I think that would be appreciated. And then specifically to Mayor Burns' point, it should also include a look forward so that we can see the picture. I would include things like, for example, adaptation needed on our coast and in our wildfire mitigation, for example. So then we can just have a whole picture of what our financial situation is. I think that could set the stage for some of these discussions. It's maybe tough medicine, but I think it's helpful for us to see that. And you may already have some of those documents that I haven't seen, but if they could be visible to the public, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Any other members of the public with comments or questions on this blue area of budget clarity?
Wow, has to come to my level. There you go. The only thing on budget clarity, because that's what we're discussing right now, I would say there's two elements. One, we say it's done. When you highlight it as done, you ought to say, basically, I don't even know, kind of like, why is it being reviewed again? That would be my first question to you. Because once completed, it ought to be removed, or it is a new item from a budget clarity. The one question specifically about the review and reformulate the approach to reserves is My question is, how often? So when are we going to review the reserves? Are they going to be reviewed every quarterly? I mean, something of that nature to say if that is really required, that systematic thing. So from a strategic priorities overarching comment, I would say when done, that's one thing. The ones that we ought to highlight is the ongoing reviews. So those which should be separated or should be ongoing so that we know quarterly, yearly, twice a year. So that would be my recommendation on the budget clarity overall.
Thanks, Maria. And just on a note, as many of the council members mentioned, and I mentioned also in my intro, this is really the first time we've gotten together again to talk about this list since last year. So this is also our first opportunity to report out on what has happened. So that's why you're going to see some of these things done and why I asked the council if they wanted to just skip these two or if they wanted to talk about it. So seeing no other comments or questions, I'll bring it back to council for comments. Councilmember Barron, I'm assuming you have a comment.
Yeah. There's been.
I think if you just start speaking, they'll raise the volume for you.
There was some talk last month about a report detailing how we were doing on our capital improvement projects. So in terms of like a CIP dashboard, correct?
That's right, yes.
Is that?
Do you want me to take that one?
No,
Yeah.
no.
Well, I'm not sure I understand the question relative to these two.
So is that report done? Are we going to see that every month in our packet?
So it's not done yet.
Okay. So does it belong on this list? Like we're asking you,
I believe-
council's asking staff to produce this report for us
Yep.
every month, and it's not in the packet yet, so presumably you have to develop it. And I'm asking whether it belongs on this list,
I
in
would,
this section.
I would suggest that it does. I would, look to your colleagues and see if they feel the same, but I would say yes, that it does. Any other council questions or comments, Mayor?
Yeah. The 1.2.3, the HR and payroll management system.
Okay,
I think we've traditionally had a bunch of point systems that don't talk to each other, and some of them are very old, and
Yeah.
we've sort of replaced some of them. And are we looking at when we went to the conference? I know you looked at them.
Yeah.
There are a lot of really powerful ERP systems, enterprise resource planning systems.
Yep, it's a great comment, Mayor.
I
but I'm
don't
gonna-
get involved with this. Is that
I'm going
later?
to pause you if that's okay,
Okay.
just because we're only on budget clarity. We're just doing one blue
Okay.
section at a
All
time.
right, I jumped ahead.
Yeah,
I'm
so
sorry.
we'll come back. So you have anything on the budget clarity section? Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Councilmember Dramoff, I saw your hand.
I'll wait till we get to financial health.
Great, thank you. Okay, so I got, Councilmember Delps, please.
Yeah, on budget clarity, I want to just pick up on what Maria just said. So just as background, a year ago, we formed the Financial Stewardship Work Group. Hans and I are on it, along with Jamie and Brandon and now Marissa. And it really was to completely relook at the way we budget, but also the way we do our reporting. I think we got a lot done. And I'm not going to elaborate on it immensely, but that just to some extent, I think we owe the public a little bit of reporting on some of the things that we have accomplished in the last year before we do move on. But I think, Maria, it's right. Yes, we revised the policies across the board. Yes, we revised our reserve policy to make it simpler, but also we have quite a big reserve. We changed the fundamental way we approach budgeting. Those aren't one-time things. You got to keep doing them. And so, we made significant progress, but I think they're kind of baby steps compared to what we still need to do in this area.
And we did talk about the longevity of the stewardship committee. I think we agreed we're going to take it through this budget process.
That's right.
And then perhaps turn it into a standing committee. So there's discussions that are being had on an ongoing basis about how to deal with that, because it's been very successful.
That's correct. Yes, thank you. Okay, so as I mentioned, one of the things I want to try to get out, these two were done, but we're talking about adding potentially, and I'm going to take Councilmember Booter's suggestion and just add everything as we go, and at the end we can talk about it. But if the CIP tracking dashboard that we are working on ends up on this list, general feeling is at level 1, 2, 3.
Brandon, can I just speak to that for a second?
Please.
Bob and I were we were going to talk about it under financial health.
Okay.
And collapse this category, but since it's been brought up, I still think it belongs under financial health, but it's sort of not super important to me which category it's in. So Jeff's right. We talked about this in our last council meeting. Bob and I have been on this financial stewardship work group for the past year. And one of the main things we've been working on of late is compiling a list of all the deferred maintenance and capital needs that we have in the village. You know, we're blessed with very little debt. We've got about $500,000 a year of debt on the Sunset Center. But we have a lot of deferred maintenance that functions like debt. It functions like off-balance sheet debt. It compounds just like debt when we don't pay down on it. You know, if you don't paint it, the dry rot emerges. It's 10 times as expensive. You don't do the preventative maintenance on the roads, and all of a sudden now it's 5 times as expensive to fix your failed road. So what we have been doing is, and the staff has really been leading this charge, they have been helping us to compile a list of all of those big ticket items. And what we're trying to do is make a list, you know, to Scott's point, for the next 10 years. So we have a number. This is the deferred maintenance and capital needs that we have over the next 10 years so that we can have some budget clarity. And I will tell you, the top items are the police and public works building, roads. These are like in order of dollar amounts. Roads, stormwater system, shoreline infrastructure, so like beach revetments, et cetera, sidewalks. Those are sort of the top 5. They make up about 85% of the total dollar amount. We really debated over the past few days, do we want to provide this list right now? And candidly, there are a couple of the larger ticket items that we're still trying to get to the right number and the right assumptions on it. And so we didn't want to throw out, you know, numbers that had a false sense of specificity. And so, but what we decided on was to say, look, the number is about $100 million, you know, give or take $10+ million on either side, right? And so that does not include undergrounding. Certainly doesn't include full village undergrounding. It also doesn't include like undergrounding the main line that went down in this past storm. So if you added that, it could go up a bit. But you know, I think the most important thing, and probably the level of abstraction that's needed for this meeting, is to say, look, it's about $100 million over 10 years. So obviously, about $10 million a year. We implemented, this is Bob's suggestion that we implemented in our committee, was a 90-10 policy, where in past years we were budgeting to spend 100% of our revenue on operating expenses. And so we changed that to say, look, we're going to have a self-imposed limit where we're only going to spend 90% of our revenue on operating expenses. Another way of saying that is we're going to take 10% and we're going to cut it right off the top and put it away towards capital improvement projects, CapEx, this kind of stuff. So we have about a $35 million budget, $35 million in revenue every year. So 10% of that's $3.5 million. So if you do the math, right, it's like a $6.5 million gap, right, that we need to make up. And so I think that's the level of abstraction that's important for this discussion. You know, Bob's going to talk about this in a moment. We're looking at a variety of options for addressing that, not least of which is efficiencies, potentially changing that 90-10 policy. But we have a work plan for the year for our committee mapped out for the rest of the year that we've been working with our finance director. Is Jamie here?
Yes, there's here.
And with Brandon and Bob and I. And so you know, I know Bob wanted to speak to this as well. So I wanted to give him a chance to talk about specifically, you know, what does that work plan look like? Go ahead.
If I can interrupt for a second. This is great, but that's not what I'm asking for. Like, my item was tracking the current year's capital improvement project.
You want a
budget.
dashboard.
Well,
that
I would
shows
like
where,
it
how
that-
we're doing against the plan for the year on
For the
CIP.
budget.
Yeah.
So my question, like, it's a really simple question,
Yeah.
does the council agree with that priority, or should we not have staff work on that? Like, that's my question, because
Something we're working.
there's staff time involved.
It's
And I don't
something-
know how much it is,
So
or,
in the financial dashboard that we're creating, that's kind of baked in there already. So it's something we are working on, it's just not ready yet. So I think if you wanted to put it on here as a priority, we'll get it done, and we'll be able to, when we come and talk to you in 3 months at council, we'll be able to say, it's done, hopefully.
So I fully support making that
Okay.
a priority.
As do I.
Okay, priority it is. I'm just gonna say level 1 because it's halfway done and be silly to stop doing it. You guys okay with that? Okay. Yep, okay.
So Brandon,
Councilmember Dels, you want to please?
well, Brandon, I think we moved into financial health. And
Yeah.
I think we did that ahead of you.
You did,
should
but
we-
I can move pretty quickly. So let's just, if you could, you do your speech, and then how about we do questions from council on financial health, and then we'll go to public comments. How's that
How
sound?
about it? All right. So just picking up on where Hans left off, I guess the goal I'm looking for, agreement from my colleagues, is that this year, and we're not waiting until June, this year, that we very quickly begin a very serious conversation on the long-term financial health of our community. And that I think Hans just did a great job of teeing up the problem, and it's a real problem. And I'm just going to keep talking about it because it's a real problem. And it's a lot of money, and we need more money. And so the other half of this conversation is, how do you close the gap? Where does that money come from? And, Dale has a vision and I'll let him speak to it, right? But of essentially extracting value from our public lands. I mean, there's no doubt that when a 4,000 square foot lot sells for $2.5 million, significant acreage is worth a lot of money. And you can extract money from that one time, or you can maybe find a way to extract it multiple times. I don't know. I'm weighing in on that. I'm more familiar with what city governments typically do. And so let's talk about that and I'll just put them on the table, and we're not really here to debate it. A little feedback would be interesting. But really all I'd like to see is that we agree it's a priority to get after this. You have to start by understanding your spending and controlling your spending even better than you are. We've made progress. We've freed up 10% of our revenue to always be devoted to capital. I think that's this 90-10 thing. I think we're keen to push that to 85 or 80 if we can. That's not a promise that we are going to achieve that, but that's still kind of a goal as we go through the next budget cycle, is to see if there's more. And some of that isn't, some of that is just by maybe doing fewer things, but it's also improved efficiency, better organization, better use of technology, better focus of staff. Less is more, you'll get more done. But beyond savings, I think we got to face the music that we need revenue. And there are various ways we can get revenue. The first are non-tax ways we can get revenue. We can sell assets. We can sell the Scout House. We can sell the Flanders Mansion. Maybe we look at all our buildings and find another one to sell. That's interesting. It's a one-time hit. You sell the Scout House for $2 million. That's $2 million. And a bunch of ongoing maintenance that we no longer have to deal with. I'm not proposing that's the answer. I'm just saying that is something that we should put on the table and talk about. Then there's other new non-tax revenues. Paid parking, more enforcement of parking, increased fees, and we can charge more for the things we do. New permits, maybe you need a dog permit. I know that's going to go over real well. So right next door, the city of Monterey is going through this exercise. We don't want to be Monterey. Monterey is going through this exercise because they have recognized a structural imbalance in their budget. Basically, they're saying we're spending way more than we have. So now they have gone through the exercise I'm proposing we go through to find every rock and figure out how to wring money out of it. let's not have that conversation with a gun to our head. Let's have that conversation now and just talk about things, and that we have to talk about the word taxes. Taxes don't happen if you don't approve them. But we don't have the power to tax you. All we do have the power to do is put something on a ballot and let you decide whether or not you want more of your money going into the infrastructure of your city. I think we need to have that conversation. I think we need to hear from you, and at some point, let you decide. And if you look at Monterey, they're coming up with some pretty clever stuff, including an admissions tax. So if you go to the movie in Monterey, you're going to maybe have a tax. Then there's new tax revenue. We've never talked about utility taxes, but actually Jamie sent me something also from Monterey where they actually have a very aggressive undergrounding program. Some of that is paid for because they increased their basically utility tax. That we pay it. That just means there's a tax on the kilowatt hours that you buy from PG&E or the therms that you buy from PG&E. And they're looking at that. Sales tax, we can always raise the sales tax a little bit. And lodging tax, I'm sure others up here will be wanting to talk about that, but that's one. But then there's other potential revenues that are only available if we become a charter city. And let's talk about, just for a second, charter city. What's a charter? A charter, we are not a charter city. Monterey is, Pacific Grove is, Marina is, Sand City, pretty much every other city on the peninsula is a charter city. Because we're not a charter city, we have sort of, our form of government is the form of government that the state tells us we have to have. By default, if you don't have your own charter, which essentially allows us to have the government and the form of government we want, without that, we have to do what the state says. And the example is, we have a two-term mayor. So every 2 years, the mayor is constantly running for re-election. In other cities, they have other forms of government where they have a 4-year election for a mayor, or where there is no directly elected mayor, the mayor is appointed. Those are the nuanced differences, and there's a lot of them in terms of what a charter allows. But, and Alessandra's right on this, the other thing a charter does is it opens the door to some taxes that are not available to you without a charter. The examples, the one I know best is a real estate transfer tax. So that is a X% tax on any transaction of real estate. I have a ton of experience with it. I think most of you know, I was the mayor of Mountain Village, Colorado for 8 years. We had a real estate transfer tax there of 3%, a lot of money. But to help you understand what that could pay for, Mountain Village has undergrounded all of their utilities. They brought fiber optic to every home that the city paid for, and then sold that fiber optic to a private sector operator for $20 million. The city operates a dial-a-ride, meaning anybody that lives in the town can just pick up a phone and get picked up and taken anywhere else in the city for free. Eliminates a ton of cars. We operate public housing that was built with a lot of that money, and also with other things. Operates a daycare. That city operates a gondola that connects, a free gondola that connects our town to the neighboring town of Telluride. It built a parking garage, and last year they gave the taxpayers of Mountain Village a rebate. So the point is, it's a very interesting tax, and I'm not here to expound on it, but if we don't have that as a possibility, you would never have the ability to vote on it. And if we're not a charter city, you don't have the ability to enact something like that. Other ideas are a vacancy tax, which is somewhat similar. It just says if you don't live here, you pay more. Or a special assessment is another thing. And I hear Alessandra's concerns about those of us who are at the limit of what we can pay in property taxes, and I think you have to understand that. But this doesn't necessarily mean we raise your property tax. A real estate transfer tax is not, as an example, an increase in your property tax. It's a transaction fee. And the beauty of it, it's collected by the closing agent. It doesn't involve any more government along the way. So I'm selling it a little bit, but what I'm really trying to sell is that we got to start looking at real solutions, taxes or no taxes, to solve this problem.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Dells. We'll call that the intro to financial health from our financial stewardship work group. So thank you, gentlemen. I think what I'd like to do at this point is open up for public comments on the financial health section, which you can see up on the screen, or if you're looking at your pages, includes things like receiving council approval on revised investment approach, completing an internal review of our readiness to take on bonds, implementing a new HR and payroll management system, that should say payroll and finance management system, and develop potential revenue enhancements, which is sort of akin to what Councilmember Dells and Buder were just talking about, developing potential revenue enhancements and receive council direction. So with that, public comments or questions, please, if there's anyone who'd like to come up to the microphone, please help yourself. And I do know we have somebody on Zoom, and we'll get to them after the in-room public comments.
Hi there, what an awesome group. I'm not sure that this is the page you want, but I want to talk about page S6, page 6 and 1, which are the strategic priorities.
If you wouldn't mind, if it's possible, to stick where we're at now, I think it'll help the flow, but certainly when we get to the whatever we want to talk about in the future, please, that would be wonderful.
Okay, shall wait?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Thank you so
will do.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council. Laura Bowling. I'm someone who's lived in many cities around the United States, and one of the things that's surprising to me about financial health is that we don't have a business development component to anything on our strategic plan. That seems unusual to me, and it seems like it would be an excellent opportunity to either create some sort of auxiliary group that helps complement this. When I lived in Georgetown, we created a business development council. We had a 10-year plan. We exponentially increased many different revenue opportunities, and that was then complementary to the DC Council because, of course, they were intertwined. But I just feel like we could invite more business thinking, ideas, and innovation if we added it in some capacity, and I didn't know where else to think about it, but right here under the revenue opportunities. Lastly, on a personal note, I wanted to thank the Carmel Foundation for opening up their doors graciously during the power outage. It made a huge difference to me, and I thought they were so lovely. I just wanted to publicly thank them. Thank you.
Any other members of public have a question or comment? I see Mr. Danucci, making his way up to the
Joe
microphone.
Danucci to you.
Yep, okay, sir. I love this guy.
Mr. Danucci was my dad.
Thank you.
It's nice to hear that Monterey and our surrounding cities are reinventing themselves. I strongly oppose reinventing Carmel. I love the idea of evolving it and adapting it. And listen to Councilmember Delves talk about how his Colorado City turned autonomy into money, into vision, into some things that sound like they'd be very, very nice to have in Carmel. I don't know if that means we change our mind about being a charter city or not, but it certainly sounded very tempting to me.
Thank you, Joe. Anybody else from the public? I see Maria making her way.
Yeah,
And then-
I would like to, I'm afraid I bring it down and then it falls, but, okay. The only thing I would like to add, because I see the item that Bob Delves just talked about, develop potential revenue enhancements, is a line item here, so that's, I would imagine the more discussions on that topic will be as they come along. So I would imagine those discussions will occur at a regular basis. The one item I will put for financial health, if we can just put a line item to say establish regular reviews of financial health, and if we can put it as a line item, as a goal, that we'll have those either monthly or bi-monthly or whatever you think the good rhythm is, and I will ask this for the financial group to decide on that. But if we can separate us as one goal, to basically establish a review mechanism, whatever that is. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Maria. Nancy?
Nancy Toomey. I When, Bob, as you were describing the Charter City scenario, that has more than just financial health tied to what it could do for our city. So I don't know where that belongs. Clearly, it would tie to this G124 item, which is potential revenue enhancements. But I just think it might belong at a different level because of the reach of what that could mean for us. So it needs to be there. I agree that it needs to go up in a high-level priority of some sort or structure within this model, but it needs a bigger platform. Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy. Fred?
My name's Fred Kern.
Fred, lift the microphone up. There you go. Got it. Too high.
I'd just like to say there's something I'm hearing here. There's some council members that talk about their feelings and hope and this. There's other council members and the mayor talking about solutions, facts. I know Jeff, and I've talked to Councilmember Dells and the mayor. We have solutions that will pay for the things we need. We can pay for a police station. We can pay for lots of things by having paid parking. Everybody has this thing in their mind about what happened 10 years ago with the meters and how that affected everybody. But there's new solutions with AI where you have little stickers on your bumper. Residents shouldn't pay for parking. They're already paying for parking by their property taxes. I took the time to count the cars from Unifero to San Antonio from 4th to 11th. We had 3,500 cars in this town on Monday. We only have 3,200 houses. We have 40% empty. So why aren't we charging a fee? We clean up after our visitors, we fix the roads, we do everything, but we charge them nothing. It's so simple to put it on the carts. They take a picture, they send a fee to whoever it is they want to send it to. You could have permit parking for the whole town. Residents pay nothing, visitors pay, and workers. A lot of them are coming to town to parking in the neighborhoods. Well, they don't have parking, but they need to come to town to work. So we could figure for that. And we have a law called the Daylight Law. We're not following the spirit of that law. Certain things in that law, if we followed, we could stop the congestion. Cars are everywhere. I just think our solution lies right in front of us. Let's do paid parking. The mayor is looking 10 years down the road. Alexandra, I don't know. She's not. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just saying he's got a solution. She has feelings. We need to fix things. And we could do it very easily with RFPs like Jeff suggested we do at the Sunset Center a month ago. Thank you.
Anybody else in the room? Linda?
I would just like to echo the support for paid parking. I've spoken on this before. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your brief comment. Anybody else in the room like to speak? Please come on up.
Hi, my name is Kiara. I'm just here on behalf of Stephen Green, the business owner of Optique America off of Lincoln and 6. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Byrne, for inviting us to come. Unfortunately, Stephen is sick right now, so I'm just here. The first comment I wanted to make was just the thank you for you guys putting in all this work this past year to make the town functional for all of us. I know you all work so hard at that. My second comment is that I grew up visiting Carmel-by-the-Sea, and then I moved here last February. So I've gotten to see from Carmel Valley all the way up to Marina to this area in Big Sur, kind of how each town is operating and functioning. And the thing that stood out the most that you guys have heard a lot about was the parking. And I just wanted to emphasize that for restaurant owners and small business owners, it just basically goes down to what's functional and what's feasible. And so it's not very feasible over time to put off not having an active solution immediately. just with the costs of between rent and the margins for what anyone is doing to operate their business. It's just become a turnoff over time to the locals to come into town and realize there's not parking for them, but they pay so much money to live here. So I know you have such a huge agenda and priority list. If it could just continue to be a priority, that pretty immediately, if there could be some solutions put into action and not just talked about, just to see some circulation and movement, because a lot of people have kind of lost momentum and hope, and so they're going into other areas that are local, Crossroads to Pacific Grove to Pebble Beach, to do their errands or support businesses there because it's more functional and it's easier. So I just don't want to see, like what I've witnessed this past year, kind of a lot of locals here avoiding the town just because it's become so congested. And there's not really a reason for that, since it's pretty much the cutest and prettiest town in the peninsula. You might as well capitalize off that, you know. The other thing was the woman before me spoke about like a business plan. You don't have to, but for the staff here, I'm just a random local, but if there was like an action item today by the end of this meeting, or a paper put out for people that are in this room today to be able to put down their phone numbers or emails so that they could come together and meet up about that, because I think a lot of people in the room probably do want to be a part of that discussion, but are not in the know of when or where that could happen, but it'd be a great immediate solution. So that was with the schedule with the revenue enhancement section. And that's all I have to say, and thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Oh. She literally dropped the mic with that comment. Not often that happens so literally.
Good morning. Thank you for doing this today. I've sat through many of these over the many years, and I am a proponent of paid parking. But we get all the way down the line, we study it, and at the last minute, it always gets canned. We have to think bigger, and we have to think of this as a positive way. The parking lot at Sunset Center, yes, it might have been out of commission for a couple years while they built affordable housing, but it was always going to have parking as a component of it. Parking was always going to be part of whatever happened at Vista Lobos. Parking lots, the way ours function, are very inefficient. We have one level. It doesn't work very well. It gets parked full pretty quickly. The parking down near the bottom of Del Mar should definitely be paid parking. Those people are using our beach. They're using the restrooms. We're cleaning up after them. It's a lost part of revenue that we could employ. We've got to get over this excuse that the Coastal Commission will never allow us to charge for parking because of access. Well, guess what? There are many communities throughout California that charge for their parking lots at their beaches. I am not talking about Scenic Avenue, please don't think that, but at least at the bottom of Del Mar, we could be having revenue. And yes, I agree with Fred Kern, we could be using our land a lot more efficiently and have bigger solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the community? Joe?
Yeah, I'm going to reclaim 2 minutes of my forfeited time because I spoke so briefly. And I want to put in a plug for a big idea. I totally agree. We need to charge people for parking. Everybody else does. And there's lots of solutions today that don't require parking meters or anything like that. On the other hand, I think the big idea of an underground parking lot across the street at Sunset Center is a really good idea. It'll cost a lot of money. There's a lot of money floating around. I think we could build a 3 or 4 level underground parking lot there. It would solve the parking problem, which annoys everyone, residents, visitors, and so on. And yeah, we could charge for people to park on Dolores at 9th, but that'll annoy the people that live at Dolores at 9th. If we really thought big, and there's some very deep pocket people who are interested in this town as well, I think with some courage, some vision, and whatever we do with what's with the surface at Sunset Center North. There are lots of options. I don't know if we need a new hotel or anything. Maybe we need more housing, maybe we need more retail, maybe we just need more surface parking. But if we solve this parking problem, it would not only reduce people's frustration, it would make a lot of money coming into the city.
Thank you, Joe.
I just want to reclaim 2 minutes.
Okay, we're gonna start asking people to not repeat themselves.
So
though.
everyone
Yeah.
understands. I have built parking garages in Fort Lauderdale, which has a water table, so you have to be above ground. Here, you can go below ground. You could build parking spaces for $40,000 apiece. You could build 600 parking spaces Sunset Center, maybe more, and you could build over 1,000 up at Vista Lobos. You could produce over 10 million a year in parking fees just based on half the cars I counted parking there. And it would be required because the only place you could park in town is in the garage unless you have a permit, and only residents and workers get permits, and they pay a minimal fee, $10 for that little sticker that goes on your bumper. So you would be bringing in over $10 million a year unless everybody decide they don't want to go to Carmel anymore, and it isn't going to happen.
Thanks, Fred. All right, I'm going to reclaim my time and ask if there's anybody who hasn't spoken yet in the room that wants to speak. Once, twice, 3 times. No. Nova, we have somebody on Zoom.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they can hear me. It's Carrie Tice.
Carrie Tice, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself, please, and then we'll be able to hear you.
Carrie, go ahead.
Go ahead, Carrie. I don't know, maybe is your microphone
Carrie, you
muted?
need to unmute yourself if you want to speak on this item.
Does it show that she's muted, Nova?
Unmuted?
There you go. We got you.
Sorry. My name is Carrie Tice. I just want to make it clear that the number one priority should be developing a new revenue source for this year. We cannot continue to depend on the 3 pieces of the majority of our revenue pie, which is sales tax, transient occupancy tax, and property tax. We need a new piece of the pie, and that is definitely paid parking. We also, when you look at these strategic priorities, 99% of them are expenditures. So keep in mind, to do all these things, we need more money, and we need more money for the future. So a new revenue source has to be the number one priority for this council for this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Nova, anybody else's hand raised online?
There's no more hands.
Okay, no more hands online. I'm going to bring it back to council for council comments, and I'll just remind you, council, because I am starting to get a little bit mindful of the time, and I'm saying this to the community as well. Let's make sure that we keep our comments focused within the area we're in, and from council, what on top of your comments, I'd want to make sure we get from you if there's anything you heard, if you want to add an item to this priority area, and if you can give me any insight as to the existing goals of their level of priority, 1, 2, 3. That would be the most helpful for me today, please. So with that, council, maybe we start on the left. Councilmember Dramov, do you have any comments on financial health?
Thank you, Brandon. I'll keep it brief because I know we're kind of running late on time already. Is my mic on?
It is,
sound
yes.
like it is.
Yeah.
Okay. I think as far as level 1 top priorities, I would say we need to look into increasing the TOT and doing everything that we need to do so that it would appear on our November 2026 ballot. I think we definitely need to hear from either from the Financial Stewardship Committee or from staff about bonds and financing for the police department building. I support the Financial Stewardship Group continuing with all the work that they are doing. And that would also include selling or giving us the information that we need and the steps that would need to be taken as far as selling city properties such as Scout House and Flanders. And regarding parking, I have spoken with the chief about this, and I continue to support increased parking enforcement. We basically had half of an employee who was doing parking enforcement for the whole week. So we need more people doing that, and we need them full-time and definitely need them doing that on the weekend. And Just want to put this thought out there that if you build more parking spaces, you're going to get more people to come in and more people causing even more congestion in our town.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Booter?
Yeah, this is sort of a meaty topic. So I think that we should have a goal that's something along the lines of create a plan to pay for deferred maintenance and capital needs. And that includes, of course, revenue. It also includes taking a hard look at our operating expenses. But I would make that a number one priority for sure. Secondly, and again, this is something that we're already working on that's on our work plan. So, but I would add something here about strengthening the quality, relevance, and usability of data and performance reporting in council packets. The old adage that you can't manage what you don't measure, I think is a good one. And most of the canned reports in the packets that we get month to month, I don't find particularly helpful. It's not clear to me that we're tracking the right things or tracking them in a way that's accessible and usable and that will drive our decision making. And so I think this is something that could indirectly help with efficiency and just management in general. So this is one that I would assign maybe a 3 to, but I do think it's something I'd like to have on there, and it's something that's on our financial stewardship work plan. And then I guess no, I'll save my comment on the other thing for later. Thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Barron?
Thank you. Only a few things. I'm glad that I have one more supporter of paid parking. Thank you, Fred, wherever you are. I can't see you. I've obviously been talking about that for years. And while I agree very wholeheartedly with Alessandra's comment that if you build more parking spaces, you will get more congestion in town. If more parking spaces was a component of a paid parking program, I would be willing to talk about that. So I would like to see paid parking elevated to a goal on the sheet with a level 1 priority. And also, I also agree with Alessandra about increasing the TOT. We've been through this before, and what's going to happen if we don't start on this now is we will run up against the voter registrar's deadlines to get it onto the 2026 ballot. And I hear the comments about wanting to analyze the revenue sources for town and wanting to analyze what our needs are. And we have that conversation every year, and it never happens. And so we never get to the point of putting TOT on the ballot. So while I agree that we should do all those things, what I would like to see put on this financial health priority list is the specific words that say raise the TOT or have a discussion about raising the TOT. And I would like it to happen in time, with ample time for ample discussion to get it onto the ballot. That's important to me.
Okay, thank you. Mayor?
Before I forget, the number 3 item there, the HR system and so on.
Implement a new HR and payroll management system?
I was talking to the city manager from Seaside the other day, and they basically had an ERP system. They never installed it, and now they're looking to put a whole new system-wide, completely integrated with all the departments. Before we go off and do, basically these are more point applications, have we looked at an ERP type of system, enterprise-wide?
We're very interested in that. I think you started to go there earlier when some of us were down at the California League of Cities meeting this year. We talked to some ERP firms, and that involves everybody at this table. That involves our assistant city administrator, involves our IT manager, public works, planning and building, finance, HR. So if we can find a solution that is a one unit solution, that would be the ideal outcome.
Yeah, that was one of the items on Bob's list, was productivity increases. That's one way to raise money, really, because it makes our people more efficient. So I don't know what number you want to put on that. We just need to be talking about it, I think. And you should, I'm wondering if we should start some kind of a share group with surrounding cities, because we're all reinventing the wheel and we all need the same thing. AI, they're doing AI initiatives. There's no reason why we can't get in a room together. I don't think it's illegal.
Yeah.
And so we're not just reinventing the wheel over and over. So that's one idea I have. In terms of paid parking, I'm with you, Jeff. If you need my vote for that. We've already talked about doing it down at the beach, and that discussion was curtailed. I must have missed all these phantom meetings we had on parking, because I had one for about 45 minutes, and I don't think we really talked about parking this year. So we need to talk about parking. It's the problem. I mean, we have businesses that are going to go out of business, are going to go up to I talked to the Crossroads. They're talking to our businesses, and they want to move there, and they're going to upscale their shopping center. People can go to Marina. They have very successful businesses there. I get to see things maybe you don't see, but it frightens me, and I'm going to keep talking about it until we start doing something about it. I agree on the biz dev. I don't know where that goes on here. We don't have a business development department, and we're the only city that doesn't. That's critically important. As far as the parking lots, I mean, that's a long-term discussion. I don't want to sell bonds. I think there are better ways to finance our police station. What that means is property tax increase for all of you, just in case you want to know. It sounds nice, but it's property tax increase. And you have to vote on that. And I don't think you're going to vote on it. Marina tried to do it and it failed. So, I mean, we need to just have discussions about this, and honest discussions, with no sacred cows. So pay parking for me.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. Councilmember Delves?
And TOT, I'm willing to have that discussion.
Okay, thank
Sorry.
you.
Yeah, no surprise, my preference is to actually have a strategic conversation about all the options, and without sacred cows, and then come up with a sequenced, prioritized approach to a long-term problem. My colleagues are kind of throwing out more of a tactical approach, let's do TOT and let's do paid parking. I accept that. I'm a realist, so I would like to at least get agreement from my colleagues, if possible, that we will begin the conversation that I'm wanting to have. I think it's going to happen anyway, because I think Hans and I are driving there with the Financial Stewardship Group. But it can't be just, it has to be all of us having that conversation. If we wanted to become a charter city, that has to go to the vote. It can only happen every other November. To get there this November would be a push. I acknowledge that. I think it's possible, but I'll be content if we just begin the conversation. So with that said, I'm okay with pursuing paid parking, not because I think it will solve any parking problem. It'll just raise money. And money's good, because we got a lot of things to pay for. And it will change the dynamic of parking in unpredictable ways with unintended consequences, good and bad, but look, I'm okay with it. I would also suggest that as part of that conversation, maybe we could also look at, first off, figuring out a way to bring back our 40 spaces that we lost, all those green zone spaces. I think we moved too quickly on that, and we missed those. I mean, those were local spaces, and they were almost always available. Even on busy weekends, they were available. And I think we got to get those back. And other ideas that would potentially provide more parking spaces without spending a lot of money. One idea that somebody brought up would be, say, all right, Junipero is a 4-lane road with parallel parking on both sides of it. Could you make Junipero a 2-lane road, 1 lane in each direction? I mean, this is sort of from Bruno's on, and do head-in parking, because that's basically like we have down on Ocean, west of Monteverde. For those first 2 blocks, we have head-in parking. You get 2 spots for every one. And if we could look at that type of thing. Another idea is we have 2-way streets if we could make a couple streets one-way streets, maybe you could offer, you could create the same capacity for head-in parking instead of parallel parking. I don't know if it would work, but that's just getting out a map and drawing, things in pencil, and then if you think it might work, it's just paint. So, and if you were charging for those additional spaces, that's more money, and you're not spending a lot of money in a parking garage or something like that. On TOT, I'm fine having the conversation. I know what the opposition will be, but we need money, and I'm not going to back away from any potential revenue source.
Thank you, Councilmember. So we reached the end of this page. I'm hearing that there's a real appetite to add TOT and paid parking as new goals under here. I'm also hearing from Councilmember Delves perhaps modifying the language for G 1.2.4, which currently says develop potential revenue enhancements and receive council direction, but maybe making that, and I heard this from Councilmember Booter as well, maybe making that more specific to doing it for a reason. The reason would be to help fund our deferred maintenance issue that we have, so that we make this goal more specific. One of the things is we're adding, not subtracting here, so that's not always the best outcome. Thinking about, as I mentioned, my symphony, they only have so many instruments and so much time to play songs. But maybe one of the outcomes of today, as we're trying a new system, I'm kind of figuring this out as we go. We do have a programmed meeting for February at your regular city council meeting. So maybe today is just collecting all these ideas. I'm trying to tease out from you as much as possible what level of priority things are. We'll put this back together for you and present it to you in February with our best understanding of what you told us and the level of priorities, and then you can help us shift the level of priority around, and if we got the items right. So if that sounds okay to you, I won't press as hard to try to come with full outcomes today, because we have another meeting together.
Yeah, if I may, I think one challenge I'm having with the format is we're not having a chance to have a discussion about these things and to react to. So Bob had a chance to react to everything that folks said because he just spoke last.
Oh, please do.
No, I'm just saying, but folks that speak first.
Yeah.
So then I'm not sure that we're getting, feels like we could be getting better direction.
Okay.
And we're not getting it because we're not getting a chance to sort of have a little bit more of a free-flowing discussion.
Well, that's certainly not off the table. It wasn't meant to be that you only get to talk once. So if you want, if there's any other comments or questions from council, please let's do it in this section, and the further we can refine our thoughts, the better.
I just have one item.
Please.
Regarding bonds, I just want to clarify this. There are different types of bonds. For example, the Sunset Center bond that the city had was not on people's property taxes, so we need that clarification.
That's right. There are numerous kinds of bonds, and that's part of that being ready to take on bonds is understanding what our options are in the bonds.
Exactly. Thank you.
So I think Bob was kind of the swing vote on, talking about prioritizing specific revenue options to discuss. I too am perfectly happy to talk about specific revenue options. But I do think the first thing that Bob said was, I think, right, which is it would be far better to give the whole council the kind of full menu of options that we have been discussing in the Finance Committee. And just let's do that as quickly as possible, to Jeff's point, because at some point you do run out of time with the calendar. But it would be a much more strategic conversation, a better informed conversation, if we knew the full range of options available to us, if council members knew the dollar amounts that we think could be raised from certain revenue options. There's also an operating expense discussion to be had. So I just worry a little bit that it jumps the gun with sort of a weird specificity when we should be having a broader discussion first.
Thank you. Councilmember Barron?
I'll just again, I hear what Hans is saying, but I'll just put in my plug that, the ballot language is due to the registrar by July or June or whatever it is. And every single month that we wait, especially to have the TOT discussion, is 15% of our ability to put it onto the ballot. Because I remember when I first joined the council, when we passed Measure C, or Measure D, whichever one it is that we have now, it took months of discussions to iron out what we were going to say, in the ballot book, who the there's a lot of work to do, and it doesn't happen at one meeting. So again, I will say that the TOT discussion needs to start happening. If we wait until April to have the TOT discussion, we will not have enough time to get it onto the ballot. So I really can't stress strongly enough that that discussion needs to start happening before April.
Thank you. Any other council member comments in this section? Okay, seeing none, then we will move on to the next section. So this next section, under the strategy of stewarding the natural environment, we're going to take the first priority area, which is the beach infrastructure repairs and maintenance. Just as a reminder, this includes rebuilding the 8th Avenue sand ramp, completing the 4th Avenue outfall, the 2 sets of beach stairs, and completing maintenance and repairs on bluff revetments. So with that, I'll start with council questions. Are there any questions from council members on any of these items specifically? Seeing none. Okay, then open up for public comment. Reminder, we're staying within beach infrastructure repairs and maintenance. That's the oh, sorry, please.
Sorry,
sir.
as I sit here and look at all these TBDs, do you have estimates for, like, I know that we have an idea of like when the stairs are going to be rebuilt. Do we not have guesses? Are they just like off in the nebulous future?
Yeah, Ken can speak a little bit more clearly to that. As I mentioned, they're all in the design process right now, so Ken can give a little bit more clarity. We just didn't want to have any dates on this until we got to have the conversation.
The conversation before Ken starts, the conversation that we're having now?
Yes, sir.
Or some other?
This conversation, yeah.
Okay, and I'm just asking about dates, so I don't need a lot of, and by date, I mean, the date that the plywood comes off and the stairs are open, or the 4th Avenue outfalls torn down and rebuilt. I know that's years off or whatever.
Thank you. Thank you, council member. So on our last council meeting, I presented the CIP status and tracking, and it just needs to get translated into here, but we do have dates, like the stairs. We're looking to go out to bid in February for both stairs and get some, and be 30 days. So my goal is to have both stairs built before the end of this fiscal year. Is this on? Can you guys, everybody hear me okay? Yeah. And I agree, council member, on the 4th Avenue outfall and the sand ramp. We're doing further investigation, see what's the complexity. We're getting a geo study done so that we know the options we're going to do. We'll know how long it will take. So those are still up in the air, but we are actively working on those currently. And then the repair, like the G215, to me, I looked at, that's ongoing. As we know, the beach is always, there's erosion, it continues. We try to get ahead of that, and I would put that not as a end date, but an ongoing work that we do and responsibility for us as a city to complete.
Okay, so thank you.
Thank you.
So what I would, if I may just make some comments about Ken's comments. So Ken brings up a good point. Some of these things in here are ongoing and maybe don't warrant dates. And I think that's a really good observation, and maybe something we could heed when we put the next version of this together. Just saying ongoing, so it's a priority, but it's like road paving or what, some other thing, beautification, just ongoing. The other two things, thank you for the dates on the stairs. The other two things are the sand ramp and the outfall replacement. I know that those are long-term projects and the dates are pretty far out. And I know that as we get sort of closer into the project, as we get more into the project, the dates become clearer. But I really think that with projects like these, I think I don't mean it like that. Yeah. I think that there should be a date. So if the sand ramp, Alessandro talks, Alessandro talks about it all the time. If we're doing engineering work and then we're going to take it out to bid, maybe the target goal is next June or whatever it is to rebuild the sand ramp, and maybe the next year is the 4th Avenue outfall. But I think we should have guesses with the sort of implicit understanding between staff and the council that these are long-term guesses and we're not gonna, be really, really angry if you miss the dates.
Well, and that's one of the benefits of us getting on a more regular rhythm of talking about this at the council meeting, so we can update you if those dates slide. You can get really angry at me, and then we'll be okay. Yes, Councilmember Dramoff.
Thank you. I just have a quick question because of this new erosion that's happened north of 11th Avenue. If Ken can just give us a little bit of a summary of how bad it is, and if that needs to be an item that we would want to add also on our list.
Thank you very much for that. And that would be an item we probably want to add. This is an emergency repair. It is pretty bad there. We're doing things now internally that my staff can do along the scenic road, the scenic path that caused the erosion, that led to the erosion, increased erosion there. So my staff are working on it this week to do some of that so it doesn't continue to make it worse. And now myself and my project manager, Shari, are working with a contract engineer who we just went out this past week with them to look at solutions to shore up that current erosion. So I don't have a plan on exactly when that's going to be repaired, but I'm going to tap into some of that beach restoration work that we have to get that done.
I would, not, with all due respect to Ken, and I'm open to a conversation, I would suggest perhaps it doesn't go on as a goal, because it's an urgent fix. It's a priority to do right now, and
Yes.
we need to do it regardless of whether it lands on this list. I think I'm just making a suggestion for council, but I think that the Gs on here are more things that we've planned for. Certainly we can put it on the list if you want. It just adds another item to our list, but we're going to do it one way or the other.
Yes, correct.
For what that's worth.
We're going to be doing it ASAP.
Any other questions in this section? Nope.
So I've got one.
Yes, sir.
Actually, this comes from my wife. We were walking on Scenic, and she asked the question that, we were talking about the two stairways that have been out of commission for 3 years, and this is sort of a Captain Obvious question. It's like, okay, we haven't had those stairways for 3 years. I don't see any, traffic jams because we don't have them open. Why do we need those stairways at all? And I think it's a fair question, because if it's going to be $250,000 each to repair them, all right, $500,000, we could pave some more roads and fix some more sidewalks with that money. And I'm sure this is not going to be received well, but it's like I say, it's a Captain Obvious question. Or do we really need both of them?
Well, thankfully, that's not a question for staff, and so.
I wanted to get it out to them.
But we're going to get that out to the community for their response. So if there's no other questions, we'll open it up. Mayor?
I have one.
Yeah, please.
One thing that's missing is there's about 200 grand between the city and Carmel Care commitments for improvements on scenic pathway.
Okay.
That's not on the list at all.
Okay.
And Ken and I were going to go for a walk or a drive and take a look at that. There's quite a few bundled in that. I don't think we need to detail them out, but we should be aware that we have money to spend.
Yeah, and one thing to remember, it's good to come back to this foundational thing, that the list is not everything that we're doing. We have our CIP, which a lot of that path maintenance falls under the CIP. That lives outside of this. These are the large infrastructure buildings, so we are aware of that.
Yeah.
In our
I think there's a number of ideas like that
I think that's
cause
right.
some confusion in this whole
thank
process.
You. Yeah, thank you.
All right, just wanted to point that out.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks.
Okay, with that, we're going to open for public comments, questions on beach infrastructure repairs and maintenance. Let's try to keep it in this blue section if we can. Hopefully we can get through this one and wildfire mitigation prevention before we break for lunch in about 15 minutes.
Hi, my name's Harry Ross, and I'm on the Forest Beach Commission. So my comment on this is that these are all very short-term tactical things, and what seems to be missing for me is kind of longer beach resilience plan that we are working on and that we have a consultant working on. But that I think does need to become under this, and maybe not so much the short term is still important, but let's get something on here that talks about kind of long-term beach resilience. Thank you.
Great comment. Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Comment or question? Karen?
Yes, this is just a matter of a little bit of background. At one time, probably 20-some years ago, there was a Coastal Conservancy grant available to rebuild the 12th Avenue stairs as a stone stairway. And it was vetoed by a few members of the council, so it never happened. But have we looked into a possible Coastal Conservancy grant to rebuild that? Those wooden stairs were supposed to be temporary 30-some years ago or whatever. And, you know, maybe the stone stairs would have survived the storms that we had. I think it's really something that we need to do is to review what actually happened in the 1983 storms to all of the structures at the beach. 16 cypress trees went down in a matter of 3 days. They almost lost Scenic Road. Back then, Scenic was a two-way street and no pathway. We've come a long way from then, but if you don't look at what exists under that repair, all those revetments that were put in, all those stone, all the vertical walls, we have to have those plans somewhere, and we should review them periodically as to what's there, what maintenance is needed on them, because some of those rocks move around. So I think we need to really educate our commissions and our council and all of us as to what actually exists at the beach and why. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Nova, we see anybody up on Zoom with their hands? There's no hands on Zoom. Going once, twice, 3 times. Okay, then back to council for comments, deliberations, and once again, there's no intention on only giving you one turn to speak. That is not the goal of this. So I'm going to start on the right-hand side this time with Councilmember Delves. You knew that was coming. I saw it on your face.
I think we only need to rebuild one stairway.
Okay, very succinct. Thank you. Mayor, any comments or further deliberations on this section? Everything seems like it's where it should be as a priority. Okay, Councilmember Barron?
Yeah, one of the sort of fascinating things about this is hearing Bob sort of let his cat out of his bag and saying we only need to rebuild one staircases. I'm kind of wondering, like, and I don't, you know, obviously I don't mean this to you, like why this is the first time we're hearing this, because we're pretty far down, and this is not by any means an indictment of Bob, but why, you know, we've been having this discussion for a year, and it's always been assumed that we were just, you know, in fact, this was an issue in the election last year, and the staircases are still not rebuilt. Now we're only hearing about rebuilding one of them. And so I think that there's something sort of broken. There's something broken somewhere that's the first time I've heard Bob say that. And mostly I'm saying that because I'm kind of looking in the mirror, wondering if that's what I think too. And now it's, you know, it's always been, you know, for those of you and for everybody, you know, it's always been sort of a hallmark of the beach that there are all these staircases. Like that's one of the things that, you know, everybody talks about. There's a staircase at the bottom of every street, and 10th Avenue has 2, of which one of them is now sort of out of commission. And that's a really interesting, well, it's a really interesting conversation for later that we should have, certainly before we accept bids on the second staircase, I guess. You know, Harry Ross made the comment about the beach resilience plan, and I'm kind of thumbing through it, and to sort of Alessandra's dismay and sort of my dismay too, the only plan whose priorities made it into this worksheet were the climate plans. There are 6, and for those of you who weren't in the private conversation I was having with Brandon, when we were just trying to decide what to do with these, we made the decision to just go through the plans and scrub every goal, take every goal out. Like we had a lot of conversations about whether we should take out the insignificant ones or just leave the significant ones in. And that would have required sort of a level of analysis that I didn't think that sort of as the person who was assembling the plan, I didn't think Brandon and I really had the authority to do that. Like it's the council's, this is the council's list, not my list. And so these are, you know, to Brandon's point earlier, this is a list of everything, of every single thing from from the climate plans. And while it looks like a long list, we do actually have 2 people in our Public Works Department that work on this stuff a lot. So while this seems like a long list, is not insurmountable to me. But I would point out, Harry, that GD 3.1.9 is sea level rise coastal vulnerability study, and so it is on the list. It may be buried because it's in the middle of 60 other items from the climate plan. But I think the Forest and Beach Commission is like, I had a conversation with Brandon about it a couple weeks ago in his office. I think you guys are looking at it. Like, I think that project is going. We had a consultant with the $500,000 grant we got from the Coastal Commission, pure money to do this work. And I think you guys are seeing it. So I think it is. I think that list is on the list.
Thank you.
But it does beg the question of whether something like that belongs way down the list or whether it should be elevated up to S2. I don't know what the answer to that question is, but maybe it does. If it was elevated, it would give. If it was elevated or copied from the coastal the climate plans and put in P.2, P.2.1, it would reinforce the view that we actually do care about the long term of the beach, which I think we all do.
Thank you.
So I would be open to that.
Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Booter?
I don't have too much to add. I think Harry makes a great point about having a longer term item about beach resiliency. This gets a little bit to the point about the challenges of structuring this list and what do you include here versus in like the capital improvement budget. So for example, the list that we were close to being able to share with you but weren't quite ready to share includes, on the order of $18 million for shoreline infrastructure. So as I sit here and say that, maybe I'm sort of going back and maybe it would have been a good idea to show the list, but still it's probably a broader conversation than that because I know there are folks that think that maybe the hardening isn't the right approach. So it probably does need to be sort of a council conversation item. So I guess I would just support that concept.
Okay. And this is, again, I'm going to be a bit of a broken record. This is why I'm excited about regular touch bases with you all throughout the year and having it on the council agenda as an attached report, because then we can have these conversations and we can be aware of all the documents out there that have all the work that the city's working on, CIP, strategic priorities, our adopted plans. So thank you for that comment. Councilmember Dramoff.
Thank you, Brandon. Just 2 quick items regarding that erosion north of 11th that we were just discussing and the emergency repairs. I'm going to defer to Ken if he feels that we should add that as a goal on our list. I'm fine with that. If he feels we don't, then that's okay too, just as long as it really gets done quickly. But Bob, with all due respect, I completely disagree. We need all those stairways, and this is basically a safety issue, and I can give you multiple examples. First of all, when we have a busy weekend and the beach is packed, you need to have all of the stairways so people can get access to the beach. Second of all, I know it seems far-fetched, but if there's a tsunami or something where the people would need to evacuate the beach quickly, you want to have every single one of those stairways operational so people can flee the area quickly. And third of all, if somebody has a dog that's kind of out of control or being vicious towards other dogs and you kind of want to escape, you want to be able to have all those options as staircases that are available for you to leave the beach. So I really think it comes to a safety issue, and I absolutely think that all of the current ones need to be repaired and operational ASAP.
Thank you. Any other council member comments after hearing all of you go through? Does anyone want to add any color, anything?
I said it was my wife's idea.
Jenny's going to murder you.
Thank you, Alessandro.
Wow.
I'm always trying to save money, okay?
I've never seen anybody throw someone under a bus so quick in my entire life. Unbelievable.
She's not watching.
You hope she's not watching. Okay, well, great. Thank you. I think that's wonderful. What my takeaway on this one is we're going to add to the list. We can have a conversation about it. Potentially new item that adds and elevates one of the coastal erosion analysis or something from the coastal plan so that it stays top of mind. And we'll bring that back to you in February so you can decide if that needs to stay there or not. So council, I'm going to suggest that we power through wildfire mitigation and prevention if you're okay with that. We have lunch at 12:30. I'd love to get through this one, so we come back starting in a new section. Are you guys okay with that?
Yeah, so I would point out to your elevation of that item from back of the list to the front of the list. The very next item, G2.2.1, City Forest Management Plan, is sort of the equivalent sort of thing.
Yeah.
So there is some precedent even on this list.
That's a great catch. Thank you.
To sort of to take something from the back, what maybe was an appendix of the list, and move it up to the front.
Perfect. Thank you for that. It's a great catch. So I'm looking for an okay from the majority of you to keep going. Got one
I'd rather take a break, but that's one vote.
group. Councilmember Booter, Barron, Mayor. Can we go 10? I think we just did that one in 10 minutes. I think we can do this in 10 minutes. You guys okay? Well, I'm trying to be respectful. Okay, I'm going to say we go. We'll do it quick, and if it gets protracted, we'll stop. So the next one up is wildfire mitigation and prevention. We have items under there: adopting the updated Carmel Forest Management Plan, which Councilmember Barron just pointed out. Certify the LCP. This is one of the ones that Councilmember Booter pointed out, where it's the same item, has two touchstones on here, so maybe we consolidate those. Adopting a local fire hazard maps, which is done, and adopting additional city wildfire and prevention measures, which is an ongoing thing that our wildfire group is working on. So I'm going to start with council questions. You guys have any questions about any of these items that are on the wildfire list?
Yes.
Councilmember Barron, please.
Is the May 2026 date really accurate?
Ken, you want to speak to that?
Yes, I'm pretty confident in moving that to May 2026. We're really moving through this pretty good. The next phase in this plan, tomorrow is the last for the committee that's been working on the steering committee to have their final comments in. And from there, my team is going to pull together all that data and provide it to our CEQA specialists beginning of February. And then we'll start the CEQA process. And then, of course, there's all the hearings. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. When do we get to see it?
Well, that's through the whole process. So after the CEQA process, then it goes to the Forest and Beach to say, yes, we approve this. Then it goes to the Planning Commission and then to the council, and the council will review it twice. There's 2 meetings for the council to review.
So I think maybe this item should actually say, bring the draft updated Carmel Forest Management Plan to the city council.
Yeah, that's basically my
in May 2026.
That's basically my question.
That's what it's meant to be. I'm sorry.
Okay, so
Yep.
it shouldn't say adopt. It should say, so we'll see it for the first time in May.
Correct.
And then something will happen after May.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Okay, that answers my question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Okay, we'll open for public comment questions on wildfire mitigation and prevention, the priority area of wildfire mitigation and prevention. Anyone have any comments or questions in this area in the room? I see our Forest and Beach Commissioner nodding at me. See if you can beat Nancy to the microphone. Oh, she got you.
Sorry.
She got you.
I didn't have eyes in the back of my head on that one. So I don't know if this belonged here or somewhere else, so I apologize. It's just I'm looking forward to having visibility probably on a list like this at this level, the whole home hardening and all of that work that needs to happen inside of how we're going to guide the residents to accommodate all of this fire mitigation effort. So that seems like it belongs on this level of a list to me for your consideration. Thank you.
And I think, Ken, maybe just correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that what Nancy's speaking about, the home hardening, that's going to be a byproduct of the adopting additional citywide wildfire and prevention measures.
Yeah, I do believe so, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So my comment is about kind of the deferred maintenance right now in terms of taking care of pine trees, especially, and trees throughout the city. I think it's $1.6 million over the next few years in kind of deferred, we've racked up in deferred maintenance of tree maintenance. And I think what we saw in this last power outage is if we don't get caught up on this, we're going to see more damage and stuff done to our infrastructure. And I didn't hear it on Hans's list of kind of top things that are on kind of deferred maintenance list. So I guess my thought is it'll be part of the forest management plan. It talks about all these deferred maintenance, and I'd like to see that kind of elevated because we know the loss of revenue that we saw over Christmas by kind of not taking advantage of taking care of our trees. And I think if we can maintain them more, do the pruning, doing the removal, we might save ourselves some power outages and things like that in the future. So, thank you.
Thank you. Linda?
The other thing about, maintaining our trees and especially all the hardship that was offered over Christmas, we talked about fire inspections over the last year by the fire department. Hi. And I've heard that we were inspected, and I wasn't sure what happened to that because nobody I know ever got a tag on their door. And there is some very rundown properties and overgrown properties in town, and I was just wondering how do we add that on that list, and what attention are we going to give to that?
Great. Well, I'll pause there, and we're fortunate enough to have our new fire chief, Patrick Moore, here. And you want to say a few words about that for me, Chief?
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you for having me here today. It's an honor to be here representing your fire department. We did do several defensible space inspections. I don't have the exact numbers with me, but I can get them for you. But we start with the most hazardous, high hazard areas first and worked our way back. So we did go out. You may have not got a notice unless you had some violations. Our inspectors were out every day walking the streets and communicating with the public. So if you have any questions about your home or have any concerns, please reach out to our prevention division and we can have someone come out, take a look at your home. We're happy to do an inspection or provide you with any information you might need.
Thanks, Chief. I appreciate that.
I would.
Yeah, please, Councilmember.
I would say that I know that they're doing these inspections because I've gotten lots of defensible space violation notices. Last one was clean, but we did get a number of
Honest to a fault, this guy. It's fantastic. All right, Karen.
Yes, I too got non-compliance. But I've
Get him,
taken-
Chief. Get him.
But I've actually taken care of that to the tune of over $4,000.
Thank you.
I do think that some people are going to struggle with paying for it, and I think more announcing I think there's a fund that will help certain people do their fire maintenance would be good. One thing, I was on Forest Beach for 16 years, and we talked over and over and over. There used to be grid pruning in this town, grid pruning in the residential area, and you knew that in your neighborhood, once every so many years, there was going to be some pruning of public trees. The grid pruning project is gone, as far as I know, in the residential area. We trim trees downtown once in a while, but we may have to rethink that and bring back a grid pruning program. And also, I think the Forest to Beach Commission should be tasked with putting out more information in the pine cone or whatever of how to care for your trees, how to inspect your trees, what companies are on the approved list throughout the city. We need more information out there to the public so that they know what to do. The other part of that is troubling is with so many second and third homeowners in this town, a lot of tree maintenance goes by the wayside, and a lot of tree limbs and trees have been removed illegally because people don't know we actually have rules. So some sort of outreach perhaps to the realty community about, hey, you're a new homeowner in Carmel. You have trees now to think about. Here's what to do. If you have questions, contact the forestry department. I think we need to put a lot more information out there while people's attention is on wildfire. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room with a comment on wildfire mitigation and prevention as a priority area? Seeing none. Nova, anybody on Zoom? Okay, well, let's bring it back to council. Any comments on what you heard? Is there anything in this section that you think should be put down in a future project list? Anything new you'd like to add? Can you give me any ideas about the level of priorities on anything? Council, let's start in the middle this time. Councilmember Barron.
Sure. Only two quick comments. One, G224 adopt citywide fire and prevention measures. I would like to see some more granularity in that. it seems pretty broad and there's no date. So I would like to understand, I know Hans is working on this, but, there have been some comments about what the sort of public outreach is in terms of what we should be doing or we can do or whatever to harden our homes. And I'd kind of like to see a date put on at least that, if not the whole effort, but I don't know exactly what to do. And then also to Harry's comment, again, thank you for your comment. I asked Brandon, after all the snafus with PG&E, I asked Brandon for a list of sort of all the tree incidents we had in town because of the storms, and to try and sort of better understand what the trees that came down were. So anecdotally, the tree on 7th and Casanova that resulted in all that power outage for Chris, who's sitting right there. That, from my view, that seemed like a completely healthy tree. So I'm not sure I'm bought into the fact that all the trees that came down were old and diseased and could have been taken care of, because sometimes it's just random. Maybe I agree with Alessandra that we should underground the power lines through that area. I don't know. But I think that list that I asked you to produce, would be helpful.
Yeah.
To sort of understand what happened and whether we were the cause of it or whether Mother Nature was the cause of it. And maybe we could talk about that next month.
Absolutely, thank you. I'm going to go all crazy here. Councilmember Dramov.
I'll just keep it really brief. I'm fine with everything, and I just wanted to say that I also support the continued work of Hans's subgroup. Or
Thank you.
committee, not quite sure what it's called.
Thank you. Mayor Byrne? I'm good. Okay. Councilmember Booter. I was looking at Delves and I said Booter.
That was a fake out.
That's a full fake out, head
All
fake.
right, so I think that we need a little bit of a refresh on the goals in this section. I agree that adopt additional citywide wildfire prevention measures is sort of too vague, and I think we can update it with some of the things that we've actually been working on in the Wildfire Preparedness Committee. So I'll give you 3 ideas. One is we created this list with the fire department and their fuel mitigation specialist, a list of prioritized fuel mitigation projects. So it's like 1 through 28 for like the entire city, prioritized in an ordinal ranking. And so we've been working on that and doing some demonstration areas. As you can imagine, it's somewhat sensitive. And so I would add an item, something to the effect of complete the fuel mitigation projects identified and prioritized by the fire department by the start of fire season. So that's one. That includes things like a shaded fuel break along the wildland urban interface in Mission Trail Nature Preserve, which we've been working on, collaborating with Friends of Mission Trail and the fire department and Public Works. They've identified fire roads that need to be better marked, that need to be widened, and the height raised for a Class 3 truck to get through in certain areas. That's by Pescadero Canyon and in Mission Trail. And then evacuation routes. So there's a list of evacuation routes, primary and secondary throughout town. We've been looking, there are certain pinch points, which, we've got small roads, and in some ways there's not a lot you can do. But they do have suggestions about things that they would like to see, removing boulders in the public right-of-way, certain fuel mitigation work, and so we're doing a demonstration there as well. So, I think that would be a helpful item. And then another one is, to Nancy's point, one of the things that we've tried to do is, as a committee, sort of quarterback, some of these issues. So, with home hardening and vegetation rules, what we've tried to do is we got together with the 2 members of the Forest and Beach Commission. Tamara's here, who's on the committee. Tamara Mickey, Kelly Brzezowski, and then in addition, Chair LePage from the Planning Commission. And we met with Anna, and what we've tried to do is distribute some of those home hardening policies and questions and vegetation rules, distribute those to the Planning Commission and the Forest and Beach Commission so that those sort of bubble up naturally through the right organs of city government. But our role as a committee at this level is really just to make sure that those items get on the agenda. So I think that in terms of holding ourselves accountable for that, adding an item like update rules relating to home hardening and vegetation, in relation to wildfires, I think that would be a valuable addition. And then this one may be too tactical, maybe too granular, but when I was sort of thinking about this committee, I wrote a letter to the editor and kind of envisioned this concept of a citywide evacuation drill, which Chief Traer has really run with, and we're planning to do it at the end of May. So that may be too granular, but that's another kind of key pillar of what we're looking at in our committee.
Those are great. I think that's, that committee did provide us the opportunity to create some new goals here, so thank you for those.
And just really quickly to respond to a couple of the comments, Linda's comment, just quickly, the fire department did about 1,200 homes for the defensible space inspections, which is like multiple times more than we've ever done in the past. And that's 1,200 out of, trying to remember, I always forget the total number structure, 3,000 some odd, right? Yeah, so it's maybe a third. Harry Ross's comment on tree maintenance, as you know, we have this tree maintenance kind of catch-up plan, so to speak, in the CIP budget that the Forest and Beach Commission came up with maybe a year and a half ago or so, which, again, it's like $1 million a year. So there is something in there, and it's actually in the $100 million of deferred maintenance. The question is is it enough? And I see you shaking your head. So point taken.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, Councilmember Delves.
I'll be quick. I just want to really echo what Hans and Nancy have said about home hardening. We have got to very quickly have a clear path to yes for people that want to make their homes more fireproof. That's people, that's policy, that's process. Because I think right now, I hear stories from people who say, well, look, my insurance company says I need to remove this tree. I would like to remove this tree. The fire department told me says we should remove this tree, and I can't. And the answer needs to be you can, because we've got to get in lockstep here and take this really seriously, quickly.
Thank you. I think that dovetails in really nicely with some of the things we heard from Councilmember Booter. So I took away what I need to be able to bring you something back in that section in February. With that, let's go ahead and break for lunch.
I have a comment on that.
Oh, please, yeah, please.
Hi, real quick. I remember that a couple of years ago, and opened up by Mary Adams, there was an extensive list of webinars. I wrote a proposal to a group whose name I will remember eventually, and nonprofit, and they gave us a PhD candidate from Washington University who got together with Jamie Titila Lewis, I don't pronounce his middle name right, who is in charge of home hardening. We have a series of webinars that I will send to the mayor or send to you, and you can review it. It talks specifically, and it has every master on every subject, every part of the home hardening issue. And I'll forward that to you.
Thank you. I'll give you my card here in a second so you can have my email address. All right, well, with that, we'll break for lunch. I'm going to give you an extra 2 minutes, so we're going to return at 1:15. Dan, if you wouldn't mind opening that air wall there, or Nova's going to do it. Please help yourself to everything in there. There's food, drinks, beverage, snacks. Enjoy. We'll see you back at 1:15. So but while we're doing that, just a reminder that what we're doing here, we're going to go through each blue area. We're going to discuss it. And as a reminder to the council members and the members of the public, if there's an item that you think should be added as a goal. In other words, there's something you want added to the priorities list that isn't already there. Every time we talk within a blue area, that's an opportunity for someone to say, hey, I think that there's an item that fits under beach infrastructure repairs and maintenance, and that item is XYZ. So if you want to talk about adding something, it's always available during the back and forth when the council is having that conversation. So please feel free to interject that, both council and community members. If you think there's an item missing from this list that should be a priority for me and my symphony of staff. Okay, we are to the strategy area of maintaining public safety and infrastructure. The first item up for bids is public safety. So again, this is the priority area of public safety. The two items we have in there are completing the transition of ambulance services to Monterey Fire, which is done, yay, and implementing a street address program, which is well underway. So currently, those are the only two items under the priority area of public safety. I'll start with council questions. Do you have any questions about the two items under public safety? Looks like no, everyone's looking down. Okay, I guess, yes, Mayor?
I have a question. The chief is here. Chief, where would our preliminary discussions on JPA flow into this list? Or does it need to go at all at this point?
So it's a great question. So that's one of the things that I definitely want to look into. You know, obviously I just started here a few weeks ago, but I think it's a good discussion to have. You know, from a operational standpoint, you know, we show that it can work, but what the governance model looks like, I think needs to be discovered. So I think that preliminary, we had some discussions about looking at doing some sort of hiring a consultant to see what that would look like. So as soon as we get a new city manager seated, that's a discussion I'd like to have with them so we can move forward, at least see if it seems feasible. It's been discussed for many years.
So maybe we just leave it off for now, and after you guys get your act together,
Yeah.
we have a discussion first quarter. Oh, JPA is a joint powers authority. Right now, when there are multiple cities that the chief runs, I'm going to try to keep this simple.
Yeah.
And every year, there are contract negotiations, or every couple of years, where we work out an arrangement for how much we're going to pay to get fire service from Monterey Fire. And then they true up at the end of the year, and we pay, or they pay us back maybe. It's probably not going to happen. So the other alternative is to set up basically a government agency, correct me if I'm wrong, where each city would have a council person or a mayor sitting on that, just like I do at Regen and we do at TAMSI, and that they run the government agency, which would be Monterey Fire or some other name, I don't know what we call it. The nice thing about that is if other cities wanted to join in, it's a much easier process, and it's also more transparent. There's got to be some downsides to it, because there always are, but Tyler Williamson, the mayor of Monterey, has wanted to look at this, and we had a couple meetings, very preliminary, and the chief came in, and the other chief left, and now we have to get it started again. So I think it's a good idea, and I don't think it needs to be on this list until they figure out if they're going to hire the consultant.
I agree, Mayor. I think that we're not quite there yet. There's no real work to be done on it quite yet, but it's good to keep that in the back of our heads as we go through the year in case it pops up. So any other questions in the public safety realm? I didn't see any before. So I'm going to transition to the public. Anybody have a public comment, question, concern, public safety? Is there an item you think that's missing from the list? Linda, kick us off, please.
Okay, I'm not sure exactly that this is the correct heading, but of course, implementation of street address program, I'm thrilled that that's moving forward. But it reminded me that this last week, two of my part-time neighbors on my streets were totally oblivious that this has happened. They didn't understand we were getting street addresses. One of them was tech savvy, one of them wasn't. I'm happy to explain it all, forward all that information to them. But I don't think we communicate to our part-time residents very well. And maybe we need to up the ante of communicating to all of us. Not a criticism, it's just a need that we have. And I just think it's something we need to be aware of. And, as we move down the road, how can we do that better? Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public? Please.
Hi, my name is Tamara Mickey, and something that just recently came up. I sit on the committee with Hans for the wildfire preparedness, and we were talking about how we would alert people that are in our community, whether they're community members or they're here, how we can let them know about some of the things that are going on. For example, for many of us who subscribe to the city's different newsletters and things, we all know that certain things are happening, but just like we just heard, if you're not part of that, you may not be aware. So I know that Fire Chief Cooper was telling us that you can actually grab the different cell numbers from certain parts of the city. So even if you're a visitor, that we can let them know. For example, we're going to be doing this fire drill, I guess we'll call it, in May. How do we let people know about certain things that are going on, and they don't have to subscribe to the various newsletters and things? Is there another way that's not necessarily the Monterey County alert system, but an alert system for our city?
So it's a great question, and actually the chief and I have been working on this. Chief, you want to talk a little bit about that? Chief and I and Marissa have been working on this. I'm sorry.
I'll take a seat.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the question. That is a tricky part. The alert system that we have is through the Department of Emergency Management, and they are bending over backwards to make sure the evacuation drill alerts will go out by zip code and by cell phone GPS location. So that is what we were talking about with Chief Cooper. But we are going to do more. There's a whole campaign of alerting our community with the electric signs. I know people will yell at me, but it'll be at Junipero and Ocean for enough time before that everyone who goes through town will see that we're doing an evacuation drill. Of course, the normal things you spoke about, social media, our city websites. As far as alerting goes, though, you're right. It is tricky. Without going door to door to all 3,000 residents for the evacuation drill, there are going to be people who receive the alert saying, this is a drill, this is a drill, this is a drill, warning them beforehand that that's what we're working on that day.
Thanks, Chief. And that was this notion of how can we do better and do more communicating when we need to, was an outcome of an after-action meeting that the Chief and I and Marissa and Ken had after the recent power outages, because we realized that we send out our emails, and that's great if you use email or you can get email on your phone, but some people don't do that. So we are looking actively at a way to essentially draw a ring around our city, everything within jurisdiction. You can opt in or opt into like a text message blast for information. So we just need to figure out what rises to that level and what doesn't. But that is currently in the works right now for us, and we hope to have something to talk about that very soon at the city. Anyone else going back to public safety? Anyone else? Karen, please.
Hi. First of all, I'm delighted about getting addresses. One comment that I'm getting when I go to the post office is, we're going to not be seeing you so much anymore, Sharon, or whatever. And we need to put up on that city bulletin board that's at the post office that this is not mail delivery. Because I think people have a misunderstanding, some people. So that's just my comment.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public? Nova, are you seeing anybody with their hands up on Zoom? Nope. Okay, going once, twice, 3 times. Okay, back to council. Questions, comments, concerns? I'd love to hear your thoughts. If there's something missing from this section, please, I'm going to start with actually I'm going to start with Mayor Byrne this time. Why don't you kick us off, Mayor?
For those 2 items?
Under public safety, yes, sir.
Just the first 2?
Yes, sir. Under the blue header of public safety. The 2 line items there. Are we missing anything? Do you have any comments, questions, concerns about these items? Anything you heard from the public?
Well, yes, I've heard from the public, but I'm good with those 2.
Okay.
I don't have any additions.
Wonderful. Thank you. Councilmember Booter?
Yeah, I would add a goal, which would be something to the effect of improve the resiliency of our power grid to reduce the frequency, scope, and duration of power outages.
Thank you. Councilmember Dramoff?
just to follow up with what Hans just said, is this the location where we may want to discuss undergrounding that specific Dolores and Second site? Because I would definitely support that and make
Okay.
that a priority.
Thank you. Councilmember Delves?
I actually agree with that. I mean, I think if there's a place to start, that makes sense. And we now know that that is a radial line, meaning we don't have redundant supply. We just have, it just comes in one way, and when that goes down, we're down. And there's workarounds. Hans learned a lot about this, and Jeff did a couple weeks ago. But if we could harden that and protect that, it makes a lot of sense. No surprise, I think it needs to be a bigger, broader strategic conversation about undergrounding our utilities citywide. Doesn't mean we have to do it, but I think we need to understand it. And part of financial stewardship is where we are. Jamie's she has some good comparables from Monterey, and then the Carmel Cares project that's happening on San Antonio to underground those 6 or 8 poles. 6 poles will also give us some more information on that. So I would agree with adding it. And I'll just say to the comments on communication and address, I'm no longer in a leadership role there. Emily's fully leading it, but we just met yesterday and talked about communication. And a letter will go out in the next probably 10 days to all property owners, kind of alerting them. And I think there'll be more pine cone ads. I think it's a good idea to put something up in the post office. We're just halfway through January, and we're about where we thought we'd be. And what's in front of us is a lot more communication.
Thank you. And Councilmember Barron?
Yeah, so a question for Emily and I guess Bob. These letters that are going to property owners will talk about the mail delivery thing, that there's not going to be mail delivery. And I have one person in town who actually had a valid grievance about which house she was on, which address she was on the corner. And I just wanted to make sure that the letter addresses people, tells people what their address is going to be, especially second homeowners, and provides them a means to connect with staff if there's a problem. My fear is that I don't know if that's enough, but, especially for the people on the corners, but I don't need a real answer. I just
you don't? Oh.
No,
You said question?
I just want to make sure.
Thank you. Comment noted.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we
Thank you.
do those things.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And then
Appreciate
the other
that.
thing was, about this undergrounding project. When we were on that call with, Hans and I were on that call with PG&E, and we did make a connection to the woman that runs, the woman that's going to be handling us, at least for the time being, the woman that runs government affairs for,
Anna Brooks.
like, all of PG&E. And we talked about trees and whatnot, and I think that that's sort of a good place to start with regards to undergrounding this one section of town. I'm not completely bought into the conclusion that that's the root of all of our problems. I'm part of the way there, but not completely bought in, and I think that that's a good avenue. So before we go adding, my preference would be before we go adding something to the priority list that says we're going to take some action to do something, let's make sure that there's an action to be taken. And I don't know that we know that yet.
Thank you. Any other council member comments about anything you heard from your colleagues? Mayor?
We've got an approved 20A project. Where's that on this list?
We got it doesn't exist on the list for implementation. It was on the list initially to get it approved, which we accomplished, and so it's not on the list currently. Ken, can you speak at all? Maybe you're not even fully up to speed on this. So the Rule 28 project was funding that PG&E set aside for specific projects that actually took power lines out of viewshed areas. And so the city had to pick a Rule 28 project area. The city picked down by Del Mar parking lot. We had that project approved. The next step is working with PG&E to get engineering done. I know that Javier, before he departed, had made those conversations and connections with them. I don't think they went anywhere because of how busy PG&E is. So to that point, it probably would be a good idea to put it back on the list. so we don't lose track of it. And then, so we'll do that, and then when we come back in February, we'll have an update for you.
And hopefully soon, the 6 Poles on San Antonio project will be taking place. So when that's successful, it will turn into some other projects that other residents want to finance. So
great.
I don't know if you just want to put a place taker for that, for keeping updated.
Yeah.
That's probably a good idea.
Is that a city project?
No.
The one that Mayor was finished talking about, no, that's a private resident project. The 20A project is.
So why would we put that on our priorities list?
Oh, I didn't take putting the privately one. I heard put the 20A project on the list.
You should get updates on that.
But I can certainly, the mayor's asking if we can give updates to the full council about what that group is doing, but not necessarily on the priorities list.
Okay, thank you for
Yeah.
the clarification.
Okay, seeing no other comments, we're gonna move on. And what I'm gonna do on this one is I'm gonna combine the next 2 blue sections. So city buildings, non-police and public works, and city buildings, police and public works. So this is, when I say city buildings, this is anything relating to a city-owned building that we need to do something with. Think Flanders, Scout House, Sunset Center. We also own property at Rio Park. All these things are city-owned properties and city-owned buildings. Obviously, the Police and Public Works building is one of those, and it's called out on its own because it's a major project. So with that, I'm going to take both P3.2 and 3.3. So we're going to have questions from council on those 2 sections right now. So council, any questions from you? Open forum, anybody jump in? Questions, Councilmember Dramoff?
Yes, I do have a quick question. On here regarding the selection of the architect, it has the date of March 2026. I assume that was decided about a year ago. I don't know if that's a realistic date considering when the RFPs just came in.
RFPs just came in today as actually the due date for RFPs. That's probably a little bit optimistic now at this point.
Right.
Yeah.
So I would definitely suggest that we come up with a little bit more realistic date.
We will have a better date for you when we come back in February. Any other questions?
We
Oh,
do
please,
have-
Ken.
We do have those dates. I'll get that to the council.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Any other questions from council before we go to public comment? All right, seeing none. Members of the public, any comments, questions? Remember, this is the point in time when you can suggest something's missing from the list. Also, Donna, please take the mic.
Thank you. I assume this includes all the buildings that the city owns and property except Public Works and the police.
So we're talking now about both all of the city buildings. So we're looking at section 3.2 and 3.3.
Right.
So it's all city buildings, Scout House, Flanders,
Right,
and
that's-
also the Public Works and police buildings. So
Okay.
I'd like to have a conversation about all the city buildings in one
Right.
conversation.
Well, the 2 that has been around, because I've been to 20 Flanders meeting, that why we don't try to sell it again. We voted for it, and I know there's a small group, and maybe they've moved away by now, who hired attorneys to fight it, even though it was on the ballot and we voted. The majority voted to get rid of it because it's not feasible to be ever used for anything but a private residence. Every plan has gone down the tubes. I've heard every developer had great ideas, but the surrounding community will not tolerate it and will fight you to the end. They really can't fight that it's a private residence. And of course, whoever that is needs to put funds into it. Anything you buy that's run down in Carmel, which a lot is run down, so they will fight it. I still have never gotten an answer why the Scout House wasn't on the HD or the housing development event. That is another piece of junk. I've been in it when it was operating. I've been in it for several tours, and it's junk. And there's no way you can go there and see otherwise. Why that wasn't on the housing development, nobody on the city council or the city has answered that question. So if you are somehow afraid to put it on, then sell it. Sell it to a parking lot, I don't care. But we do not need another falling apart building to maintain. and why nobody cares about us spending that kind of money, even to maintain it so it doesn't fall on people as they walk by. I don't understand. So those are revenue streams, and they would get us out of paying every year to maintain them. It's not like they're sitting there and don't cost us anything. Everything you own costs. So why those two are still hanging around, if we have to put it on the ballot again, and I will campaign door to door to sell both of them. And I think there will be a lot of other people helped too. Thank you.
Thank you. Donna? Maria?
Hey, I would like to look at this in a different categorization way. When you talk about city buildings, non-police, I would like to say, instead of conduct condition assessment of all buildings, I would say condition of all buildings, list them, and then develop a maintenance plan or develop a sale or keep plan so that we can decide which ones are revenue generating and which ones are cost generating. Because we have two different elements there. So I would say to separate that list. And I was kind of looking at the other one, which is the police and public works. I believe we heard that somebody was working underwater recently, like Ken was having drips in there. It says here that according to this, we have already made some kind of refurbishing or fixes there. I assume nothing has happened, right?
Not the rain events inside the building, but other things have been done and repaired within.
If you remember, Maria, there was a time when the police chief made us aware that like the entry door into the police station was a hollow core door. It didn't have so those type of safety improvements to the police department, and there's similar safety improvements at the public works building, like a glass window at the beginning, and some of the doors where public can't just walk into the yard. Those have been accomplished.
Okay, so maybe we can put those that are ongoing activities versus to BD or something, so that some things are occurring. So to be determined makes it almost sound like it have not happened, or it's going to happen, but it has not occurred. So maybe those that are ongoing, we change it in the status to say ongoing. That would be my advice there.
Thank you. Nancy?
I have my soapbox. One of them is, as was mentioned actually on an earlier discussion point on one of the prior pages, but I'm continuing to request of the city a list of different ways to finance capital projects and understand the pros and the cons, including public-private partnerships, the various bonds, continuing to pull from our ongoing revenue funds through the capital investments that you guys have already got into plan, but to do an education for the public at large so that we understand what the realm or the range of possibilities are for financing, because I see this reference down here under G33 with construction plans and finance approved by council. I would like to see the financing thing pulled back into the other financing topic and made generic, not just specific to this particular line item. So we can start that education to the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy. Anybody else in the room? I see Tim making his way.
Hi, Tim Toomey here. I just want to.
Thanks, Maria.
Thanks, Maria. So I just want to echo on to what Maria was saying, that I think this is what I heard, is that, not only do this assessment regarding, a maintenance plan for the city-owned properties, not just buildings. So, I mean, that could include, the parking lot as an example. But it wouldn't require any maintenance, or maybe it would. But the point I'm trying to make is that tie this into what Bob was talking about around an assessment of our assets to take a look at Scout House, Flanders, et cetera, not only from a maintenance perspective, but also from a what's the best use of that property? Is it revenue generation, or like Maria was saying, if you've sold it, it's a one-time sale, but you eliminate the ongoing maintenance costs associated with it. But just try to come up with an inventory of those items, the condition, and what some of the opportunities might be, for best use of the property. Thanks.
Thanks, Tim. Cindy's on her way.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I'm Cindy Lloyd. One thing I don't hear mentioned, it may be on your list, Brandon, is the First Murphy House and the First Murphy Garden, which are both city-owned properties. And the First Murphy House does have a degree of deferred maintenance, and I know that talking to Ken and to Cleve that some of that is being rectified. But what I notice is the deck beyond that, at the end of the First Murphy Garden, has been deteriorating for years and years and years. And people go there and smoke, and they put our cigarettes out on the rotting wood. And I hope it won't cause some problems that are greater within the city. And I haven't looked at the same situation with the deck up at Vista Lobos, but I have a suspicion that given our climate here and our number of trees and all, that it's probably going through some deterioration as well.
Thank you, Cindy.
Another Lloyd. I wanted to comment on a comment that was made earlier about an election that was held to sell Flanders. It was inappropriately done. We, as the committee that ran Flanders, went to court about it, and the court found in our favor and said that it was not handled by the city at all well, and therefore the election was moot. So that's the background on that. If you want to explore it further, there are lots of records, and I'd be very happy to supply the legal background on that. I'm here to comment on something else. On the Friends of Flanders Committee. My name is Mary Ann Lloyd, and I'm on that committee, along with being on the Mission Trail Nature Preserve from the time it was started. So I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Friends for Flanders Committee. We are a subcommittee of Mission Trail Nature Preserve, and our desire is to use the Flanders Mansion well, to respect its integrity. There is integrity there, and there is certainly historicity, if you will put it that, I would put it that way. Our progress, so my progress report is on the Friends of Flanders and what are we doing. And our plan is to do a limited restoration of Flanders, to hire a live-in ranger to be there, and to establish an academic fellowship focused on the Monterey pine and the indigenous plant material in Mission Trail and the larger area, of course. Our overall concept is to integrate Flanders into the Mission Trail Nature Preserve and to protect the pine forest, the Monterey pine forest, and the preserve itself. You know, it is a 35-acre preserve. That's as large, if not an acre larger than the beach. It deserves protection. It has the largest stand of the Monterey pines in the city of Carmel. Excuse me, and the Monterey pine is a very, very special species worldwide. It is endangered, and we are in the process of seeking academic researchers to do some work, to continue to do work with us on studying the pine and making sure that it has a long life ahead of it. So in conclusion, our overall concept, and again, I'm speaking for the Mission Trail Nature Preserve along with the Friends of the Flanders Committee, our overall concept is to integrate Flanders into the Mission Trail Nature Preserve. We're raising money for that, and to protect the Monterey pine forest. And we are making progress. We have had discussions with academic institutions who are interested in this project, and I think we will have something to provide to you in terms of information not too far into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Ann.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Sort of complimenting what Mary Ann says, I'm a member of the Friends of Mission Trail Nature Preserve and Friends for Flanders, so we feel very strongly that selling Flanders will actually harm the Mission Trail Nature Preserve and be a one-time money shot. That's nothing in terms of long-term revenue, it's nothing, but the damage it could do to the Mission Trail is incalculable. We stepped away from formally aggressively approaching this plan because last year it was taken off the priorities list. And this year, it's hard to even understand where, I see where you had Flanders in the parking lot, but it's very confusing that we were told to step aside and not have this be a strategic priority. We've continued to work on creating a fellowship, which Marianne spoke of, which would be a beautiful academic resource for us to be able to have scientific research for our Monterey Pines and our other ecosystems, along with a live-in ranger and a limited restoration. But in this kind of prioritization, we were pushed to the side, and now we're here basically saying, wait, we're still wanting to do this versus going to a public vote to sell this property. So I think we need to create a better way of identifying them. And just for me, I would appreciate, Bob, you opened with that $100 million number. I would love to have an ongoing list so that our community is educated all the time about what our portfolio of our building assets are, because I don't think most people in our community even know what the city actually owns. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Karen?
Yes, I am not a proponent of selling Flanders. Flanders is a central part of Mission Trail Nature Preserve. One thing I learned in 10 years on the Big Sur Land Trust is you don't create in-holdings. In fact, you try to exterminate in-holdings if they're there. And by in-holding, I mean you put fences around Flanders for a private home, and you have created a hole right in the middle of that beautiful park. This can be an asset if we stop looking at it as a problem. The expenses on Flanders are really quite minimal the way they are, and I think people who want to get rid of it make it sound a lot worse than it is. It's probably habitable the way it is, and I know when I first moved here, there were many city groups that met there. In fact, once in a while, we had a forestry meeting there. So it is an asset in our city. It is a beautiful building. Yes, it does need some work, but it would be a terrible idea to put a hole in the middle of Mission Trail Park. It's too valuable as a resource for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Anybody else in the room wish to speak? Nobody? We have anybody raising their hand on Zoom? Okay, we'll bring it back to council then for comments. And just again, as a reminder, this is the portion of the event when you can say something's missing on this list. If you want to bring something up, don't forget we have the future projects list, also used to be referred to as the parking lot at the back of your packet. There's things that are on there, including things like Flanders Mansion and Scout House. So with that, Councilmember Dramoff, will you kick us off, please?
Sure, thank you, Brandon. So I definitely agree we need to do a comprehensive list of all the city-owned properties and how they're being used and how they're not being used, and what is the cost of maintaining them and how much work needs to be done on them. Regarding Flanders, I've been inside at least twice, and it is in need of major rehabilitation in the millions of dollars, which is a tremendous amount. Agreeing with what Donna said, the only use that will satisfy the neighbors is to make it a single-family residence, as it deserves to be, and as it rightly deserves to be restored by somebody who has the financial means to make it the beautiful home that it is. And I do not believe the city is going to have the money to do such a thing. So as I mentioned earlier, I definitely think Scout House and Flanders, we need to seriously look at selling them. And this is going to be a lengthy process, whatever we decide. And actually, Donna, you mentioned the affordable housing. One of the steps in the process is that it actually becomes offered up as affordable housing down the road, the way the process works. So I agree with you that perhaps one or both of those could be used for that. At least let's have them be used and enjoyed and appreciated. I like that we're going to do a more realistic date for the architect selection committee on the police station public works building. And I agree with Nancy, who has chimed in many times and said we need to comprehensively take a look at all financing options and explain them to the community so we know what we're getting ourselves into and we can be realistic about that. And yes, we could also look in the sale of those two properties. Like I said, it's going to be lengthy, but it will be a one-time amount of revenue that could help the city.
Councilmember, I think I mentioned to all of you, one of the things I'd just like to understand in this realm is, for you, is it a priority over the next year for the city staff to be working on finding opportunities to develop or sell or do anything with any of our city properties specifically? Because we do get a lot of requests for people to tour them and learn about them, and so it is a resource issue for us. But if the council says we don't want you spending any time on that this year, then I'll know that.
Well, for one, I think it's very important that we have the financial stewardship group come up with that list. I think we need to be informed, the public needs to be informed. I think that is a top priority, that we have a list of all the assets, what kind of repair work needs to be done, what is the annual maintenance on these buildings. I think we all need a realistic assessment of those. So I would definitely make that a priority. And then, as I mentioned earlier, when I made my comments, I think working on the new police station and public works building is an absolute top priority. We've fallen behind just through the years and through the change in architect and everything. So I think we absolutely need to make that our top focus. And I also frankly spoke about the lack of development. I don't want to see us develop Sunset and Vista Lobos. And I just wanted to comment. I don't know if Mr. Fred Kern is still here, but I found his comments very misogynistic.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves.
Okay. So here's the list. We have the Scout House, which is empty and deteriorating. We have the Flanders Mansion, which is empty and deteriorating. We have the Public Works Police Station, which is occupied and deteriorating. We have City Hall, which is a cramped petri dish. The Harrison Public Library, which is occupied and deteriorating, but getting a $15 to $17 million refresh that's already paid for. We have the Park Branch Library, which is actually in pretty good shape, but is largely empty and functioning as a children's library in a town without children. We have the Youth Center, which is in pretty good shape, but often empty, servicing youth in a town without a lot of youth. And I know this is something Hans wants to talk about from the other perspective, and I agree with him. We have the Sunset Center, which is really three separate kind of things. It's the old school, it's the auditorium, and then it's the outbuildings, all of which are in variable condition, pretty good compared to a lot of things. And we have the First Murphy House, which I don't know much about, and we have Vista Lobos, which is occupied, and it's just an old building, but it's in okay shape. So I continue to think, I mean, if this is something that financial stewardship is going to take on, we need to meet more than once a month. And I'm happy doing it because I think it's part of it. But we need a real estate rationalization plan, because some of this can be sold, some of it, we should figure out what the best and highest use for each of these buildings are. And I tend to focus on the Park Branch Library and the Youth Center as a couple of buildings that are in pretty good shape that we barely use. And are we really achieving the best and highest purpose with the current uses of those buildings? And, I know talking about the library and is the political third rail, we have an awesome library, and it's going to be more awesome. I think the Park Branch Library might serve a different or additional purposes to what it's currently using, and I think that's true for the Youth Center as well. And I'll just say that for Friends of the Flanders, just a personal opinion on Flanders, I think we need to figure it out. My opinion is I like the Friends of the Flanders version better than selling it. But if it doesn't happen within a fairly quick time frame, I think we need to sell it. 'Cause I do think the neighborhood will actually like Friends of Flanders even better, just because there's not, well, there will be somebody in there. Actually, I don't know that. I can't speak for the neighborhood. But, again, if this is a problem that could be solved by a citizens group raising money, and really raising enough money that it is no longer our concern, and perhaps even taking it on, which is even harder, I have to leave that on the table and, in fact, welcome it. The only thing, Brandon, when you introduced this, you actually did say Rio Park, so I'll just go there. Jeff and I had a meeting with Laura and Doug, and they showed us some ideas that, again, Friends of Mission Trail have for essentially taking their sphere of influence and extending it into Rio Park. Rio Park is just the park that we own that's actually not in the city limits, it's actually in the county, but it's between the Mission and the river, that we've owned for a long time, 35 years, and just used as a laydown area, but it was really purchased to be a park. They've got some, I think, very interesting ideas about a really low impact way to open that up and make it usable in a very low impact way. Whether that's a priority on this or not, I would welcome that coming back to a city council meeting pretty soon so that the rest of us could hear that and weigh in on it.
But so you are not suggesting add it as a goal priority on this?
I would I would suggest adding it as a goal. I don't know that my colleagues agree with it.
Well, at this point, we're just taking all of your wishes and dreams and we're going to put them on this list. And then when we come back to you in February, we'll hash out what's reality.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Council Member Barron.
Yeah, so I agree. I definitely agree with Bob. I know that we sort of pushed Laura after we had the meeting, and I had a follow-up conversation with her. I'm sure Bob did too. We kind of pushed them to wait until this meeting to sort of make further inroads, have the project make further progress. But this is the time, and I am very interested in that project from the Friends of Mission Trail Nature Preserve. So we could either hear from Laura at some point, or have you just put it on the priorities list?
I would say let's put it on the priorities list, just for the sake of time, and we'll get the presentation at a more proper venue.
Okay, at a council meeting or?
What's that?
At a council meeting? I don't think.
Yes, sir, at a council meeting.
Okay.
Yes.
I assume maybe there's one more vote, so one more person to do that. In terms of a couple of things have been said, no, I'm not at all a proponent of selling Flanders Mansion, so you can put me in the no category. I don't think it doesn't, I agree 100% with what Karen said about in-holdings in parks and the problems that they cause and whatnot. I think that's a terrible idea. I also think it just doesn't cost a lot of money for the city to upgrade. The building is basically made of concrete. Like the outside is concrete, the roof is concrete. The building's not going anywhere. It doesn't cost a lot of money to maintain. Someone goes in once a month. I don't know how often Cleve goes in, once a month, once every other month, and make sure make sure pipes haven't broken. It's not, to me, it's not a problem. Just having it on the books and not doing anything, although it would be nice to find something else to do with it. PD financing, there was some talk about creating a general roadmap for city financing rather than the police station, rather than financing for the PD. I'm not in favor of that. I think we should do the financing exercise I think we should start small and do the financing exercise for the police department, which we will have to do anyway. And then we can learn from that if the opportunity ever comes up to do another project. We've done we've issued 2 bonds, financing wise, we've issued 2 bonds in the course of the past 30 years. So it seems unlikely that we would be doing another one really soon. So I would rather see the financing be tailored to the police station and just leave it at that, make the job simple. And let's just have a small scope on that project so we can get it done effectively.
Thank you. Councilmember Buder?
Yeah, I'll be the third vote on the bridge to everywhere. You know, we've got, I would put it as probably like a tier 3 priority, just to be responsive, if it comes to us. But I would say we've got a former congressman, a former mayor of Carmel, a former city administrator of Carmel, and, a relatively active group of volunteers that are presenting us with I think, an actionable option there. And so, to Bob's point that less is more, like, I completely agree with that. But when there's something that's just ripe, I think you do have to latch onto that. And I think this one fits that category. I'm sort of torn on the sort of inventory of all city properties, just because there is a lot of analysis that we have to do in general, in terms of operating expenses, revenue options, sort of dealing with our budget challenges. And I worry that this one could be a bit of a rabbit hole, and potentially a time suck. And I sort of wonder the extent to which the juice is worth the squeeze, particularly on some of the smaller properties, like a Scout House, just like a one-shot, couple $1 million, relative to a recurring, gap of $6 million. I'd prefer to spend our time thinking about how to fix the recurring gap. So those are my main comments. In terms of just kind of housekeeping on the city buildings, police PW section, I'd prefer to clean this up a little bit, this whole piece about like construction begins, employees fully move back into the building. I think we can collapse a lot of that down.
Okay, thank you.
Could I just add one sentence?
Please, no, this is open conversation, please.
Sure. I know 2 to 3 million does not seem like much in the big scope of things, but we need to set aside $1 million for the affordable housing plan, so it makes it more affordable for people who are interested in building it. And that 2 to 3 million from the sale of the Scout House would be a fantastic source and a fantastic ability to get that program funded, which is on our priorities list of many, many things associated with the housing element. So I wouldn't, scoff at 2 to 3 million from a sale of a Scout House when we could get that program going and we could get some of that housing built, especially some of the downtown conversions into the affordable housing as part of our revised plan.
Okay, thank you. That gets us to digital infrastructure. So we're going to take this one. I think this will be a pretty quick one. So digital infrastructure has to do with completing an IT audit, including cybersecurity. I'm sorry, did I skip the mayor?
Yeah, we got 3 votes. Okay, you skipped the mayor.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mayor. I'm so sorry, please.
I'll put my vote in. I'll put my vote in for the Friends of Mission Trail Nature Preserve Rio Park plan. That looked really interesting. I get about selling Flanders, but I don't think that's going to happen. And I keep telling everybody that says they're interested in Flanders, like, show us the money. And it appears that so it's a chicken and the egg. Having worked in a nonprofit, if you don't have a project, it's hard to do fundraising. So at some point, we need to get to some level of 3, 2, or 1, where you can tell people there's something here and it's worth spending time with us to give us money. So, and I'm okay to look at that. Scout House, I gave it a shot and city turned me down, and I was going to put $1 million into it and do a good job. I'm not interested anymore. I have somebody that is interested, but before I would go down that path, I'd like to know what it takes to sell it. Tell us the steps. I can't tell you what to think until I know how much work it is. It might take us 5 years to sell it. I don't know. I know you have to look at some options. So if you could come back at least with the high level information for us soon, what it would take to sell it. But there is somebody that's interested. In fact, they're interested in a way that might be a good partnership for you, Laura. I'm happy to talk to you about it. It's very preliminary, but they're astute and competent and interested. They tried to do Flanders. I don't think staff needs to be involved in showing Flanders or Scout House. I'm happy to do it. I could do it with Bob. I could do it with any of you. Give us the key, because I've been through the process and it wasn't good. And I've talked to two other people that went through Flanders, and it was an awful experience. I hate to say it. It wasn't you. But that's not good. We've basically been talking people out of taking on the project. And they were wealthy people that could have done the project. So I'm happy to show Flanders and Scout House to a couple people just to get a taste of what it looks like now. But if you come back and say we could sell the Scout House, just put it on the market and sell it, get $3 million, that's a much easier decision than a long drawn-out process. Don't we have, Ken? I know I've been involved with this. Where's Ken? See, I think we have a pretty up-to-date assessment of all our public buildings and the maintenance required. That's what Cleve's job is.
We do. Yeah, that's what we've been working through with the Financial Stewardship Work Group, is what that number is. So
that should make their job pretty easy about doing the laundry list of all the buildings. First Murphy House is a wonderful place, and we should keep it updated. But the Chamber's got some plans. I mean, is that still in the works? Sort of like the Scout House. Sort of like the Scout House. We're making it hard on it. Okay.
Yeah, we're working on it.
We should try to make that happen. That's a great idea. Park Branch Library, I used to be where Bob was, like, what do we have this building? Like, nothing's happening there. The opposite is true. There is so much happening at the Park Branch Library, and it's so well done. It would be a shame that we went down a path of trying to wind that down, because it's just a wonderful place. And I've talked to a lot of mothers, and whether they live in Carmel-by-the-Sea or whether they live just outside, I don't think we can go down that path, but it's worth a discussion maybe. That's enough. I'm a vote for the Rio Park thing.
Thanks.
And if I need to put some time into it to help make that happen, I will.
I see some secondary comments, please.
Yeah,
Councilmember
quick follow-up
Buder.
question.
Yeah.
I was sort of having a sidebar with, Councilmember Dramoff, and I agree that $2 or $3 million is not anything to sneeze at. My question is just how much work does it take us to get there, and how much time do we have this year? So, Brandon, what's your assessment of the city's, I think we'd have to go through the Surplus Land Act, right? So
That's right.
Well, let me just ask real quick. I mean, what's your take on how much work that would involve?
It's something that we haven't done, and so it's hard to say for sure, but you're 100% correct that we would activate the Surplus Lands Act. So we're gonna have to get smart on that. We're gonna have to go through that process. As I was hearing all of you talk, what I was gonna suggest at the end of this is maybe what I'm hearing for a G item is to come back to you all with a presentation on what it takes to sell a building in the city and what all those buildings are that we have that could be sold, and a rough estimate of the value. I mean, I think that that's an exercise we could do in pretty short order that then would set you all up for decision-making in the future as we go through the year with this list. So that would be sort of my volley back to you, is I don't know 100%. I know that it triggers the Surplus Lands Act, but I think it might be educational for all of us, including me and my staff, to figure that out, what it takes to sell a building in the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea.
In the same vein, what it would take to develop the parking lots.
I think that's a little different. I think that's, if you're talking about a public-private partnership versus just raw selling of property, that's different, but we can, if the council wants to know, here's how you sell a property, here's how you enter into a public-private partnership, we can make that part of the presentation.
I think that's important if we're considering selling $30 million in bonds.
Sure.
Yeah.
Councilmember Barron?
Yeah, so what I would suggest, rather than you do that, is follow that exact plan. Was maybe 2 years ago, a little less than 2 years ago, the council had a presentation on the Scout House. Basically exactly what this council is asking for. So my comments would be, rather than doing a presentation on what to do with all of our property, why don't we do a presentation on the Scout House, because that's mostly done. Because it was done a couple of years ago, and the conversation was sort of never followed up on. And what I would ask, if you're going to do that, is one of the issues that came up. The Scout House is kind of this odd building because it's a small old building with not a small old historic building with not a particularly large amount of development potential on a really expensive piece of land. And more importantly, it's on a piece of land that's zoned R4, so it's the perfect piece of land to build housing in the corner. It's downtown housing. It could probably support 4 units, given the density of the housing. And so one of the things that came up a couple of years ago was the possibility of moving the Scout House onto another piece of city-owned property that was significantly less expensive, such as one of those pass-throughs behind the Sunset Center that we own, that the city owns, and then doing a housing-related project on getting some of our RENA numbers out of the way by doing a housing-related project on a piece of property that's already zoned to do a housing-related project. So I think it would be a missed opportunity personally, I think it would be a missed opportunity to just sell the house where it is, rather than move it and sell it somewhere else or redevelop the land. So my suggestion to you, again, would be to just dig up that old presentation from a couple years ago, touch it up, and bring that forward to the council.
So it sounds like Councilmember Barron, your proposal is let's have a conversation about Scout House specific. I heard some of your colleagues talk about broader, all our city properties. I'm going to kind of look at all of you now. How would you like to proceed us coming back to you on this? Anybody else want to weigh in?
I just have an item to add because I was on the council with Jeff when the Scout House was discussed. To me, it is completely not feasible to talk about moving that 100-year-old building and transporting it somewhere else. That's just like the most unrealistic thing ever. So I would not support that at all. I just don't even see it happening, nor the cost of doing something like that.
I was at that meeting and I agree 100%.
So I guess the
So
question's still out there.
I would throw my support behind probably just focusing on the Scout House.
Okay.
I think it's the lowest hanging fruit.
Okay.
We're
All options for the Scout House site. Not just 1 or 2, but all options is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we'll go, I think we'll focus on the Scout House, but not just focus solely on moving, all options for the Scout House. Great, super. Okay, we're gonna move on to digital infrastructure. We're just gonna focus on this one. So we've got completing an IT audit, including cybersecurity, and developing and adopt an IT strategic plan, which comes after that. Council, do you have any questions on these 2 items? Mayor?
This has been going on a while. How close are we? Is it really May?
I'll look to Joel on this one. Are we on track for May for the audit, including cybersecurity, or are we going to need some more time for that?
We may need more time. I don't know that I got funding to do an IT audit exactly.
Okay.
So we need to talk about that at staff level.
Okay. So we've been doing some things like internal surveys with the department heads about what the technology needs are that we have, but it sounds like to do this full on, we're going to have to engage some sort of outside help. I do believe we have a little bit in the budget for there, so we can work on that. So May is probably not the right date. We'll get you the correct date on that when we come back in February.
What do you need to get that audit approved? I don't think we can spend too much on this because we already talked about this.
No, I don't think we'll need to
If we get
spend
hacked
Yeah.
and ransomware, we are out of business for a long time. It puts the city out of business.
I can speak to that. We're well protected not to get hacked or suffer any ransomware incident. We have a very long and well-developed cybersecurity program that has an onion kind of approach, various layers at the hardware, software, cloud level, including extensive backups locally and redundant backups to various cloud locations. So we have quite a bit of thought gone into that.
But there's some other audits you need to do? I mean,
That's right.
I guess it's just going to become, is that part of the budget for next year?
I don't think what Joel's saying is that we won't look at cybersecurity when we do the audit. He's trying to reassure you that we're not unsafe right now.
So there's no urgency on this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
any other questions on the digital
Yeah.
infrastructure section? Councilmember Barron.
Yeah, I'll just make my comment. I'm with Dale. Like, it needs to be, we've been talking about this for, we had this meeting a year ago. It got put on the list. I'm looking to you, Brandon, to check complete IT audit, including cybersecurity off by May, unless you bring us a different date.
Okay.
So I would really like this to be done.
Got it. Okay, any other questions? Okay, open up for the public on this one. Any comments, questions? Seeing none. Nope, Nancy, almost.
So real quickly, we talked before about considering an ERP solution as a holistic approach for the city. And I don't know, is that incorporated into the second item in this category, develop and adopt an IT strategy plan, or is that separate?
We have been sort of at ready, fire, aim, strategic planning level as far as our historic acquisition of IT systems. And that just has to do with kind of a long-term siloed approach to doing IT in the different departments. We have, in the last 5 years or so, really moved away from that. And that requires a lot of coordination at the department head level to make sure we're all going in the same direction and not purchasing things that are not exactly what we want to do as an org.
And so to demystify that answer a little bit, there's at the very top, the item you talk about, Nancy, that will dovetail with the IT strategic plan. That we're going to talk about permitting software. Also, that dovetails with the IT strategic plan. That was sort of my point earlier, is that IT will be involved in all those things because it needs to be part of a cohesive plan, so that Joel, as our expert, is making sure that all the things we're setting up talk to each other and play nicely with each other, and also keep us safe in a cybersecurity situation. Any other public questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, back to council for comments and direction. Again, you can add things here if you think something's missing.
Where does AI policy go? Because we don't have one as far as I know.
Joel, you want to speak to that?
I actually do have a draft AI policy that's been submitted to administration for review and adoption.
Okay, and where does website, chatbots, all that sort of thing? I've shown you that it's imminently possible to have instant customer response for almost no money.
So we had an item earlier when we talked about, or maybe we haven't gotten there yet, the effective government solution. So you'll see when we get to S5, implementing new permit software with a focus on integrating AI and implementing technologies to support routine staff tasks to free up time for enhanced customer service. So that's coming later. All those things, again, would be incorporated as part of an IT strategic plan, though.
So the IT
That's right.
plan
That's the
sits
high,
on top of all that.
and then all that stuff
Okay.
underneath it. Correct.
All right. I'm highly supportive of all that.
Great. Any other questions, comments? Something's missing? Okay, thank you. Next is streets and sidewalks. We all use them, we all love them. Assess conditions of sidewalks and tree wells. This is done. And completing repairs to get current on all sidewalk and ADA improvements. Again, this is language from before. If we feel this language needs to be massaged to be more clear about what we're trying to do, let's have that conversation. But to start off, let's go with questions, please, on this section from council. Any of you have any questions? I see Councilmember Dramoff leaning in towards the microphone. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Brandon. I've got a question, and this may not be an item that goes under this, and it may not even be an item that we do as our priorities, but I remember, I think during a budget meeting last year, we discussed that we were going to perhaps look into new trash cans. And so where would something like that go?
You're right that that's not on this list. That would actually fall under a CIP item. So when we talk about the CIP, which we're gonna kick off the budget in March, Jamie? February, we're going to start having budget conversations, and the CIP is, of course, part of that. So we can make the trash cans part of the CIP conversation.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Anything else on streets and sidewalks, the actual walking surfaces? See no questions. I'll take it out to the public. Please come on up to the microphone. No need to raise your hand. You guys can duke it out in the audience. Who goes first? Donna's going to win, obviously.
Hi. No, the only question, last night I went to Carpenter Hall at 8th and Mission, and I walked on the edge where the parking lot is. I walked from 8th to the Carpenter, and of course there's no lights, and it's not paved. Is the city doing any new pavements, is the question. And that is a place, if there were, to do that, because it's potholes, and I guess the gophers hang out, and some spotty grass. And I was trying to feel my way. And yeah, I could turn my phone on. But I thought, if there's ever a place that needs a sidewalk and there's room, because when you get up to the Carpenter Hall building, there's a sidewalk. So my question is, do we do any new sidewalks ever?
Yeah, Ken, help me out if I say something wrong here, but when we did the assessment, so we had this company called Precision Concrete Cutting come into town, and they did a downtown-wide survey. So we have now a database, a website, a program that shows us a picture with a geolocated dot at every part around town where there's an uplift over a 1/4 inch. Where right now, currently, that's what the concrete shaving program is doing on the concrete sidewalks. So we're shaving that down so there's no uplift anymore. Part of that assessment that we received from them also told us the sections of sidewalks and walking surfaces that need to be repaired and replaced, which is a much more expensive endeavor. So we have that complete list. I'm pretty certain the section you're talking about falls into that list of repairing and replacing. When we do repair and replace things, we go back with pavers, sandset pavers, because it's easier to maintain as the trees move the roots, as the roots move the surface around. So I do believe that's on the list, and that list of items that are repair and replace above and beyond the simple shaving, those fall under the CIP. We've got about $500,000 a year right now programmed for sidewalk improvements. So that one will be part of the plan, the overall plan. We have to assess where the worst sections are in town and take those in order. How'd I do?
You did wonderful.
Yes. Okay. Cindy, come on up.
Okay, thank you very much. Cindy Lloyd again. I've talked to Ken about this, and I see it must be coming under the CIP, but my constant concern about Carmel is that we have Sunset Center, and we attract international people to come here and put on beautiful performances and music, and we have international audiences come here to hear them, and then we disgorge them onto the most unsafe sidewalk in Carmel, which is part of a walking sidewalk, and it was touted a few years ago as, since Carmel is a walking city, starting at San Carlos and 13th all the way up into town is a sidewalk. And that sidewalk is really in such sad disrepair, but outside of Sunset is really awful. And I've already talked to Ken about it, so I know I'm just speaking to kind of encourage everybody to join the bandwagon, which is, let's do something about the sidewalk in front of Sunset. I'm just going to tail on to that. It also needs a whole landscape plan. And then something that came up under public safety that I didn't speak to, thought about afterwards. I live in the sphere of influence, although I was born and raised in Carmel, and I am very much a Carmelite, is that since I live in the sphere of influence, and when we have an evacuation plan, which I went through many times at Community Hospital because we did this kind of activity, it is going to impact traffic in the sphere of influence. And I live at the end of Portola Road, which empties onto Sarah, and so the traffic is coming out of Carmel up onto Sarah. All the people coming out of Carmel Woods are going to be impacted as well, and on the other side of Carmel, but they do have Rio Road to get out to the highway. Anyway, just cover random thoughts from an old lady.
Thank you, Cindy. See Maria making her way.
Hi, just a couple questions on the way we have this, on the wording and whether it incorporates everything that you're doing, Ken, because it says assess conditions of sidewalks. It doesn't say streets, and you included streets in this. And if you look at the title, it says streets and sidewalks. So I would say there's streets component there as well, and tree wells, right? And you have already created a maintenance plan that it says that we've seen the documentation you're talking about, and it says it's done, but therefore you still have to complete some repairs. So my question to you is, okay, there's already a maintenance plan, so how do your current repairs on G3.52, those complete repairs, correspond to what is in the maintenance plans? Are those already identified in the maintenance plan, or are those new current repairs that you're looking at? That's the wording here is not very clear. Because there's one was create a maintenance plan, identify streets, sidewalks, and one element that I also miss here is little walls, like supporting walls, like the walls around the Sunset Center. There's some walls that are falling that we talked about in a couple city council meetings, Why aren't they included here? So this could be streets, sidewalks, and infrastructure, if you want to call, or little walls, if you want to call it that way, because I don't see that anywhere else. We're not talking about big buildings. And then the current repairs, the second section, I would like to see how that ties to the maintenance plan. Is that the same? Is that covered under the maintenance plans at G 3.5.2?
So let me start. So the council, so this, remember these items were created by council a year ago.
Yeah.
Their focus at the time was we need to get our walking surfaces into shape. So this is intentionally only about sidewalks and tree wells and completing of the sidewalk repairs and ADA improvements. The category, the priority area is streets and sidewalks. A lot of the street work is done through the annual CIP street program that we use Street Saver for to assess the condition. We already know the condition of the streets. We have those all down. What we didn't have before this item, which is marked complete now, we had no idea the condition of our downtown sidewalks. We didn't have any way to measure how big of an uplift was, where all those things were. So these items are intentionally about sidewalks. If the council wanted to add items to add to things like the little garden walls that are around it, they certainly could, but this was intentional, just focused on sidewalks. Yeah. Anybody else in the room? Nobody, we lost Nova. Marissa, did you see anybody on Zoom with their hand up? Okay, nobody on Zoom. We'll bring it back to council then. Council, do you have any comments, questions, concerns? And once again, broken record reminder, if there's something you think's missing from the list, now is your time to suggest adding it.
We had a great December session on Street Saver, which I think all of us were pretty engaged with. And it sounded like I think all of us were interested in putting some time and effort into modeling to come up with an optimum investment strategy for our roads, sort of pay me now or pay me a lot later. So it might be good to add streets from the standpoint of doing sort of what we did with sidewalks for long-term street investment.
You're talking about more because we know the current condition, but you're talking about going one step further and doing the modeling to determine how to best invest our money to spend as little in the future on repairs.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're going to do a survey of the status of all our roads soon. And a lot of us were interested in going out and doing that and doing some modeling after that. It's a big deal.
Thank you. Councilmember Booter.
Yeah. So I would echo that. I think that we need a more intentional road maintenance plan. One of the things that we've learned is that we're supposed to be doing preventative maintenance on our roads every 5 to 6 years. And when you do the math, like by linear foot, we're doing maintenance on our roads like it's closer to like every 100 years. It's like every 50 years. It's bad. So the problem is, if we don't do the preventative maintenance, there's this deterioration curve and the stuff costs 10 times as much to fix it if you wait until it's a failed road. And so I'm fully in support of working on a more intentional plan to make sure that we're, getting those cost savings by investing small amounts in preventative maintenance early. I also think that we just need to kind of rethink how we think about budgeting for roads. And, for example, I think that we need some specific goals. So I think one goal should be that every applicable road segment that could get a preventative maintenance treatment, we should be doing that at the appropriate interval, like every 5 to 6 years, to extend the life of the road. Similarly, I think we should have a bit of a higher average PCI score, the pavement condition index. I think right now we're at low 70s, and I'd push that up more like 80. And then thirdly, I think we need a minimum. I think we should have a goal of no roads below a PCI score of like 55. I picked 55 because that's the break point between like a thin overlay and a more extensive overlay, which is significantly more expensive. And so I think that's important because Jeff made some comments in a council meeting, and it's everyone's lived experience. Some of these roads, we let them fail, and then once they've failed, we basically just kind of beat them until they're dead. And there's enough of those in town that that's part of the lived experience for people. So I would add that to the list.
I got that. Thank you.
And then the other things that I would add here, and there's a challenge. Do you put things in the capital improvement project bucket, or do you put them as a priority? So I'll just tell you what I'm hoping to see. What I'm hoping to see is sort of a 10-year plan to replace the majority of the sidewalks in town with attractive sandset pavers that are aesthetically pleasing, consistent, and safe. And the other thing, I've been working with a small group of residents on tree wells. And, this item on here shows this as done, assess condition of all sidewalks and tree wells and create a maintenance plan to get current. I don't know that I fully agree that we're done on that with tree wells. With the city's help, we did like 25 tree wells. We planted new trees. We kind of tilled the soil. But I think implementing some tree well standards, this group of citizens had come up with, and Scott, I guess, isn't here anymore, Scott Lonergan, but, and Peter Quintanilla, they came up with a set of standards for tree wells, no DG, no boulders, tilling the entire tree well, going down to 1.5 times the depth of the root ball. If you walk around and look at tree wells in town, they're just kind of all over the place. We've got DG, we've got different materials, and a lot of them just are totally empty. And so, it's not like our highest priority given the magnitude of the things that we've been talking about, but honestly, I don't think it's a huge lift. I think it's something that could be done through the operating budget. So I don't know if it's for the budget discussion, I don't know if it rises to the level of a council priority, but I would flag that. The other thing, I'm seeing Shirley Moon in the back that I would mention, and again, it could come up in a budgeting meeting or the CIP project list, but those walkways going down between San Antonio and Scenic, a lot of those really need some assistance. I nearly tipped a stroller full of kids the other day because my front wheel got stuck in something that was about 9 inches deep. So, just a side comment.
Yeah, thanks. And just as a note on your comment, which is correct about the assessing all sidewalks and tree wells, when that was created, that was about tripping hazards around the edges of the tree wells. So a little different than what you're talking about. What you're mentioning is also very important. So I think we'll make sure we roll that into our ops plan. But when we come back to you in February, Nova and I had already been talking about the way we're taking our notes. If there's something that we don't put into the priorities list, we'll still tell you where it's going to live if it's in like an ops plan or a CIP, so you know we didn't forget anything. Those are great comments. Councilmember Delves.
So Hans has probably really already said this, but we're lucky with streets and sidewalks in that we have a ton of data and we have models. So we can actually model things and say, if you want to get X, if you want to achieve a certain outcome, here's what it's going to cost. If you want to achieve a certain outcome over a certain period of time, here's what it'll cost per year. And that's great that we have that, and it's useful. You are tired of hearing me say this, but if we want to achieve something better than we have, it's going to cost money, and that's money we don't have. The only thing I would add here, it's actually things that are next to street and sidewalks, seeing Doug Schmitz in the back. Doug keeps track of streetlights and which ones are not working. And I know I've shared the list with Ken, but let's get PG&E to turn the streetlights back on and change the light bulbs, or maybe we just change the light bulbs ourselves.
Okay. I think that's another good example of one. This brought that up to the conversation. It's a nice forum for it. And when we come back, we'll tell you how that fits into our operations plan.
Great.
Councilmember Barron?
Thank you. I didn't have any comments until Hans started talking about sidewalks. Sorry. I think up here also, maybe Alessandra and I are the old timers. And I say that because, part of the thing that I adore about Carmel is sort of the haphazard nature of Carmel. the fact that the sidewalks are all different, to me, is part of the charm of Carmel. Like, if we made all the sidewalks pavers, that would look like something else. Like, that would look like La Jolla, or that would look like St. Helena, or that would look like any one of those wine country towns. And I think what we sort of aim for here, I think what's in the DNA of Carmel is sort of this informal nature of the sort of informal nature of our surroundings, and how, as we get closer to the beach, to riff off of another one of Hans's comments, as we get closer to the beach, things should get more and more informal as you progress from sort of downtown into nature. And while I don't think that your stroller shouldn't be tripping on a 9-inch deep rut. You know, those pathways from San Antonio to Ocean, the different nature of the pathways, the roughness of the pathways, to me, that's sort of indicative of like what we should strive to be, like this sort of informal village in the country, and informal village in the forest. And I would hate to see Carmel move towards a more formal in its design, or more formal in the surroundings, or more rules about what we're allowed to do or what we're not allowed to do. More this, more that, more everything else. And I think what we should be doing is less. So those are my comments on the sidewalks.
Thank you. Councilmember Dramov?
Thanks, Brandon. Let's see, where to begin? Clearly, whenever you do talk to residents, the main concern, roads and the condition of our roads, without a doubt, comes up. The presentation that Hans did, I think it was at our December council meeting, was very sobering. I do think we need to take a look and making a road maintenance plan, but I do agree with Bob that once again, we're talking about costs, and we don't know how we're going to pay for something like that. And yet, when we talk about the longer you wait before you fix it, then it becomes more expensive. So you're kind of caught in a trap there. Regarding our pavers downtown, sometimes it's just too much of a mishmash. It honestly looks like they ran out, so then they tried a different style that they had some left over or something. It just, I get the mix between some informality and not uniformity, but sometimes it's just a little too many different styles all in one street. One thing I've noticed recently, especially after the rains, is, for example, on 8th Avenue, both directions when you're walking, a lot of the areas where it's decomposed granite on the sidewalks, it's really eroded badly to the point where there's tree roots and it's a tripping hazard. So I would definitely look into that. And also, I agree with you, definitely those walkways to the beach have become kind of perilous walking through there. So I do, this is a concern for everyone that lives here, but I just, once again, don't know exactly how we are going to be able to budget and finance the amount of work that needs to be done.
Yeah, well, I think the first step in anything like that is knowing what the number is, and that's what we're working on with the FSW. I heard from three of you some sort of modeling for a streets plan that's more intentional, how we can get cost savings for early investment. So I took that as one item you'll see coming back to you on your priority list. Any parting thoughts after you've heard each other speak, or are you okay to move on to the next item? Okay, so we've got on the program, I was hoping to be done by 3. It's going to, please, yeah, come on up.
I heard the word streetlight, so I just want to briefly comment on that. Just to be quick, there's something known as dark sky, but I like to say dark sky friendly. And what that actually means, like some of the work that I've done at CVAC and also at Rio Road, is to reduce the height of a streetlight. Basically, what you're lighting up is from the ground up to, let's say, 7-8 feet. And you want to make sure that you have a fixture head that throws the light straight down. And with the distribution, there are 5 distribution panels on lighting, and then you can have a distribution 5, which will give you the biggest, broadest output of lighting. The one we did in Rio Road was 25 watts. Generally, if you have a PG&E street light with a number on the pole, you're paying a monthly fee for maintenance on that, and they never maintain it. I mean, changing an HID or an LED bulb is long past. So you may want to purchase your own poles, which you can get direct, and then have a lower pole where you want to have some illumination. I mean, Carmel doesn't really have streetlights per se, but also make sure you have the fixtures that go intentionally for folks to walk.
Thanks.
That's all I wanted to share.
Thank you. I want to try to get us moving on because, as I mentioned, I was hoping to get, if you could make it quick, please. Yes, thank you.
I only have one other comment. I just wanted to mention this because I brought it up a couple times, and it sort of goes off of what Hans was saying about all of the tree wells that we have. I've noticed that, especially on the south side of Ocean, there's a lot of trees that have died, and there's a variety of different forms of things that we've used in those tree wells. And I don't think that the trees are getting enough water. As the chair of the Forest and Beach Commission, I'm watching sort of trees die. I've taken pictures. I've spoke with Justin, our forester. But I think that we can maybe look at some sort of a uniform, like a grate, so that we can have the flat area so that it's not a tripping hazard, as well as getting the trees the water that they need. Because there are several that have died in front of the plaza. There's some, I think there's a couple that are about a block down, so that are brown. So I think we need to find a solution before we lose some of those trees. And again, with trees, as we're looking at putting new trees on Ocean Avenue, I think right tree, right place is a really important thing. Making sure that we're getting the right tree there, a tree that the limbs aren't as prone to break, so we're not having any damage, especially as we have storms and various things. So as we move on, when we're replacing trees, just making sure we're trying to get the right tree into that place.
Thanks. And we do have a little group that's been getting together and having those conversations. So thank you.
Okay, Brandon, thank you.
Yeah, well taken.
Thanks for hearing me.
Of course. So we're going to move on. I'd hoped to be done by 3 today. I think if we move quickly through the next 2, we can get out of here by 3:30 with all of your permissions. Can I have an extra half an hour of your time today? Councilmember Barron says no. Councilmember Buder says yes. Councilmember Dramov?
Yeah.
Yeah-ish. Delve says yes. Mayor Byrne? It's kind of like whatever. Okay. Okay. Well, let's see what we can do in 15 minutes. I would appreciate an extra half an hour of your time because I think we can get through it. So we're going to kick off with design review. That's the priority area that we're at. This includes things like adopting the design guidelines, which we know you already just recently took action on, so hopefully there's not too many questions on those. Again, second item for the same thing, certifying the LCP amendment, reinstating the design review board, and completing the objective design and development standards for affordable units. Any questions on this section? Mayor?
Did we decide to reinstate the design review board? I don't remember that.
It was something that you put on as a majority onto this list as a council last year, yes.
Do you have a discussion about it?
I believe it was put on as a thing to do as part of the Design Traditions project, but Councilmember Delves is shaking his head no.
I don't remember us really deciding
Okay.
that
I
either.
think you've got unanimous no.
Okay, then it's on there for discussion then, when we get to it. Any other questions on that one? Okay, public comments, questions, thoughts? Again, this is if there's something under design review you think that's missing on this as a priority, please let us know. Cindy's making her way to the microphone.
Whoops, I made it. Now I'm going to break it. Thank you. I have a suggestion for this, Brandon, that I think that the city council strategic priorities for preserving the village character needs to start this whole discussion, because that is underlying and underpinning the discussion about Carmel. So if we refocus on Carmel for the residents, not for the tourists will come. They always have, they always will. They came when I was a kid and they're still coming. I think what we need to do as a city is to shine up our little gem of a city to make it absolutely the best it can be. And then the visitors will enjoy it when they come here. But meanwhile, the residents will enjoy it while we live here. I do think that that one of the things that I have noticed in town over time is the proliferation of signs. And I don't know what the exact code is on it, but I see more signs tacked in more places by more people. And I understand that the city has always been rather negative on having a lot of signs. So I would like to have that looked at, and I'm perfectly happy to work with anybody who wants to do it. So thanks very much. But refocus on City of Carmel and the village character and make it the first priority to lead off these meetings. Thank you.
Thanks, Cindy. Anybody else from the community? See Shirley making her way up. Thanks for moving so quickly.
Yeah, I know you're under the gun here. I totally agree with what Cindy just said, 100%. And these aren't my words, but it sums it all up. A great place to live is a great place to visit. Make it happen.
Thank you for your brevity. Anybody else in the room? Anybody on Zoom, Nova? Okay, let's bring it back to council for comments, questions, concerns. And once again, if there's something you think's missing on this list, now's the time for you to tell us and we can bring it back to you in February. Let's start with Mayor Byrne.
I'm good.
Okay, Mayor Byrne is good. Councilmember Delves.
Nothing to add other than, yeah, I mean, just to be clear, no decision has been made on the design review board, and we really need that conversation.
Thank you. We will prioritize that conversation. Thank you. Councilmember Barron.
Yes, I'm good with the list as it is.
Okay. Councilmember Booter.
I think I'm good with the list as it is.
We are batting pretty good right now. Councilmember Dramoff, don't let me down.
Thanks, Brandon. I just have a quick sentence or two just on the design review board. I promise to be brief.
I'm just kidding. Take all your time. I'm truly want to hear what you have to say.
No,
I'm
I do
sorry.
want to have us get through this list and get as much done as we can today. I just have concerns about creating a new committee as far as staff capacity, concerns about who is going to be chosen, the fact that it could get contentious when we do already have our planning commission. And furthermore, we are heading in a direction, whether we like it or not, of more objective design standards, as we can see as part of the housing element, that kind of thing. So we may not even have as much need for something like that.
Thank you. Any other comments from the council members after hearing each other's limited comments? Great. On to the next one. Attract new full-time residents. This is the priority area. Underneath it, we have things like adopting an ADU ordinance, certifying the ordinance. Again, we've got duplication, so we're going to look at that. Councilmember Booter's suggestion of eliminating duplication, certification of the housing element. We've got that on there twice as well. And researching policy options in response to accelerating population loss and the loss of families with children. Any questions from council members at this point? What those mean or what they are? Anybody? Open session, once, twice, three times. Okay. Members of the community, do you have any comments, questions, concerns? Once again, this is the time if you think something's missing from attracting new full-time residents that should go on this list, please let us know.
I have a conceptual issue with this one in the sense that we're talking about attracting new full-time residents, and in that category, we have adopt the housing element amendment. And for me, those are two absolutely separate requirements. The housing element is a requirement by state law that we have to follow. We have to respond to a new requirement, so it's much more than attract new full-time residents. I think the housing element, I would like you to consider adding a few more items that are on your detailed list. For example, employee housing. I don't see it shown here, which is an important thing that we talked about in the details of housing element. We also talked about, if you look at your detailed list for housing element, I think a priority item is the meeting the requirements of the adopted housing element number 6. And right now, we're 2 years behind, and in my opinion, that does not justify in an attract full-time residents category. This is a standalone item, is my opinion. And I have to admit that the research policy options in response to accelerating population loss or loss of families and children, can somebody explain that better? Because I'm sorry, you're researching a policy. I know we need to create a city. And as I have to tell you, I totally agree that we need to create a vibrant city. We need to attract younger population. We need to attract housing in that element, employees, and have affordable housing. So I don't know how you can even consider attracting new full-time residents in the category of housing element. So I request, please, that the housing element be a separate line item that is in your strategic priorities.
Any other members? I see Tim Toomey making his way up.
I totally agree with Maria.
Thanks, Tim. You're winning the brevity award so far today. Anybody else from the room? Nova, anybody on the Zoom? Okay, room and Zoom are good. All right, we'll bring it back up to the council for comments, questions, direction. Once again, if something's missing, now's the time for you to suggest adding it. We're going to start with Councilmember Booter on this one.
So adopting the housing element amendment and implementing what's in the housing element are two totally different things. So I agree that that needs to be a separate item. And yeah, I guess I would just make the pitch that we had, again, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but we had 4,700 year-round residents in 1980. We were down to 3,900 year-round residents by 2015, and now we're down to 3,100. So we lost as many residents in the past 10 years as we lost in the 35 years before that. And we've got this data that we had 270 students at River School from 93921 in 2011, and now we're down to 129. Middle school, we lost 50% over 2015 to now, past 10 years. Same thing with the high school. So I think it is a serious problem, and it's easy. This is one of those things that's very important in my mind, but it doesn't come across as urgent because you feel like you can always kind of kick the can down the road. But I would encourage us to take this one seriously this year. This one was on our list this year. We didn't really do much with it, but if you look back 40 years from now, and I hope to be around, this is going to be the thing that people will remember.
So Councilmember, would you say, it sounds like you're saying that if you were going to put a level of priority on this, you would call it a level 1 priority? Or would you say it's more of a level 2?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd be happy with either one, honestly, just enough that we can actually have some discussions about it and put some staff support on it.
Okay. Councilmember Dramoff.
Just a quick comment. For when the high cost of real estate and free market forces are things we can't control on one hand, but on the other hand, I think as part of the discussion, we need to look at our marketing strategy because we are focused on bringing in high net worth individuals, and those folks are also buying up the houses and not necessarily living here, and therefore that's how we're also declining as a community, that we don't have full-time residents as we did in earlier days. So I think that discussion of how we are marketing our town needs to be part of the discussion.
If there was an item for population loss, you would want that to be part of the discussion?
Definitely.
And how that factors in. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
And just considering all the other items that we've discussed so far that I think are higher priority, I think we'd probably have to put it towards the medium
Okay,
zone.
so it's a level 2 for you. Okay. Councilmember Barron.
Thank you. I agree with Alessandra on that. With the exception of the priority, I would make it a number 1 priority because otherwise I just don't think we'll make much progress on it.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Byrne?
Sounds like a number of us have an issue with the title at the highest level. Maybe you could just rethink what to call this.
Yes, I can propose
It's more than
something,
that. I think it's a really interesting thing that we should be discussing. It's frightening.
Okay.
And I'm not sure we market our town that way. I don't think that's Visit Carmel's job. It's almost like, I'm going to bring this up later, but it's, the biz dev piece. It's sort of like that, only for who's buying houses. We don't have either right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Delps?
Yeah, I struggle with this one. I agree that it's a problem. I think the hollowing out of our community is a top problem that we have. I'm 67 years old and I'm only 1 year over the median age of of the town. So that's saying something. Yet this is social engineering, and, you know, I'm pretty adamant that governments don't belong in the social engineering business because I think we get it wrong. I really don't know how to solve the problem. I'm going to keep it here. I know Hans has been championing this, and he wanted to get in front of the city council with some of his ideas 2 months ago, and we just decided to wait for this meeting. But I want that to happen right away. I want to see where we can go. I'm just kind of skeptical going into it. You'll get tired of me telling stories about where I came from in Telluride, Colorado, but I've watched the mountain towns, Telluride, Aspen, Jackson Hole, Steamboat. Actually, all of them reversed the trend, at least for now. And what happened in all of those places is, yes, the second homeowners started buying everything, and all those towns have done a much better job of planning for housing, so at least they had that fundamental base for employee housing that we just don't have. But what happened is all those towns, this accelerated during COVID, became magnets for wealthy, younger families, mostly from the coasts, moving to those places because they're safe, because they're walkable, they're pedestrian friendly, they're clean. They're pretty well run. And with technology, you know, because those people are still employed by and large, but they could do their business from there. They also, those cities also have pretty good airlift in and out. So that problem sort of solved itself with a free market solution. What I'll tell you is I don't like any of those towns anymore, because now they've all become Aspen. They are all wealthy enclaves of very happy, vibrant families, and it's just a different dynamic. And frankly, I would take that over the hollowing out of the community, because they are vibrant communities, but just be careful what we ask for. But I'm eager to try and find any solution to this problem that we can find. On the point of marketing, you know, maybe that's what we need to focus on, is go find those people that moved to Aspen and say, why did you move to 9,000 feet above sea level? We got a beach, you know? So thanks.
Thank you. Any council member comments on anything you heard from your colleagues here? Doesn't look like it. Okay, we're to our last section. What I'm going to do here is I'm just going to take all 3 blue sections at once. We've only got 4 goals under them. So all of these things fall under the headline of providing effective, reliable, responsive, and friendly government services. We have process improvements, public access to records, and a smart village plan. So let's take all 3. Everything's fair game on this slide, so we can make sure to get it out of here as soon as we can. Any questions on this slide, the whole slide, from council? Mayor?
Can we include in this the whole broader subject of improved customer service?
Of course. The
I know
customer service
that's
falls.
one of your priorities.
That's one of my personal priorities, yes. Customer service falls squarely in here. I would love to see it up here as a council priority as well, so that I know that I have your support in creating a customer service program for the city.
Do you want to take votes?
Sure. I'm pretty sure I got all your votes on it, but.
Okay, all right, I vote.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Any questions on this section?
So I'm assuming that using AI technology to answer simple questions would be number 2, the second one there, on the process improvements?
Correct.
So that's already on the list?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I've got a
Next.
quick question.
Yes, Councilmember Dramov.
For the Smart Village Plan, expanding free public Wi-Fi network to cover all parks and key public areas, could you just give us an idea of what a program like that would be and how much it would cost and that sort of thing?
Sure. This was last year, the beginning of the year. Go ahead, Joel. This was one of the items that, you know, staff was asked to, and we appreciated the opportunity to put things out there that we thought would be priorities and be beneficial for the city. This is one that Joel put on there, I believe. So if you want to talk a little bit about it, Joel.
Yeah, this came into play when we started talking about resiliency and some other things with big events, and expanding our current footprint, which largely just hangs off of our public buildings and into the streets, to make that same facility basically just more pervasive downtown, so that once visitors are in and on that system, they can just stay on it and get that real fast broadband internet, regardless of what's happening with the different cell providers.
We really want people to be able to watch the vlog as they're walking down the street. That's
mostly
really important to
vlog
us.
related.
That's right.
The cost, do we know roughly how much something like that would cost?
We haven't gotten great estimates yet. I've sort of been throwing around 40K number for a while, but we haven't had vendors actually cost it all out. That could be wildly off.
And that would be something that would go out to bid?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Great questions. Anybody else, Mayor?
Related issue, having sat through the entire cell tower discussion last night. That's a really interesting idea, because one of the reasons they're wanting to put all these towers in is because of people using their phones on their cell network, where if we had this, they would just switch over to our Wi-Fi network and it would reduce the traffic on those networks considerably, a lot. It's a good
I'm
idea.
not smart enough to say what it would or wouldn't
Well,
do, but
having listened to
it's
that last
definitely-
night, having listened to the attorneys and the engineers, it would help a lot.
It would be an
in terms
interesting
of
part of the
making our cell
conversation.
system more effective.
Certainly.
So that's my 2 cents there.
Thank you. Councilmember Barron, you were leaning in or are you just stretching?
I'll wait for the comment period.
Okay. Anybody from the public? Donna, you're so polite. You don't have to raise your hand though. Just come on up and take over.
Donna made a comment earlier that it was kind of scary that you know all of our names already. This is
Been here a few years.
commenting on provide effective, reliable, responsive, and friendly government services. I love that as a priority. And I just want to refer everyone back to attracting new full-time residents. And I think if we make that as our goal to attract, what can we do to attract full new residents by offering friendly government services, especially with respect to our permitting process, which now has a very negative experience for so many people. And if we were attracting new residents and offered the fact that we have friendly, easy, recognizable permitting processes, I think it would go a long way.
Thank you. And that is one of the things that Anna, our planning and building director, has been charged with and has already started working on. She's created a over-the-counter system for low-level permits. She's working on finding new permitting software and going through with her team, looking at the current processes we do, because we do recognize that there's room for improvement in that system. Any other members of the public? Donna?
Thank you. And attracting new families, you can't do that if you don't have housing. And this is where the housing element would play in, that if you had housing, workforce housing, families would move here. There'd be a list if there was housing for a housekeeper who works and her husband who works and 2 kids. I have one like that, but there's no housing. And as we know, all the schools, not just here in California, are losing students. And the only way you're going to have students is immigration. And we know that too. That's a fact. I don't make that one up. But they've all, Alameda, all of them, their fight is we're closing schools. We had another public school. We've had 3 of them that we've closed. You guys are aware of that already. And we're down to, according to what I just looked, 2,100 students in all of Carmel Unified. Now, there are other students who go to private schools. So we're losing kids. And the optimum thing is for them to buy in Carmel County, I call it the county, because there's land, it's cheaper, and kids like space. And yes, you can bring them to the beach. My question is about the Starlinks. I listened to Bloomberg, and all they talk about is Starlink, how well it works on the airplane, how well it's working everywhere, all off a satellite. Not on when your internet goes out, you don't have to worry. So I don't know enough about it, and I'm thinking probably those who do know that system is supposed to be so good, cities are adopting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Anybody else from the public in the room? Questions, comments, concerns, additions? Nova, anybody on the Zoom? Okay, we're making great time. Bring it back to council. Any comments, questions from what you heard? Remember, once again, this is where we can add things if you think something's missing. I'll start with Councilmember Barron this time.
Yes, thank you. To continue the spirit of Bob and the two staircases, I'll say that I don't understand, like, I don't have any particular interest in providing visitor Wi-Fi services. Like, I think it opens up a whole host of sort of unknowns that we don't know anything about. People hacking into our network. It reminds me of airport Wi-Fis. I don't use airport Wi-Fis. I don't think anybody should use airport Wi-Fis. And I don't think people will use it. I think it makes our government try to start to provide services that we're not in the business of doing. And I just think it's a bad idea. So I would take it off the list. And then I have to admit something. We had a bit of this conversation the other day when we were talking about the design guidelines, and I made the statement that I'm interested in, like, I really don't have a lot of interest in, I'm interested in good outcomes. And the reason that we are updating our design guidelines is because they've started to lead to bad outcomes in terms of the housing that's being built around town. And when I hear people talk about friendly government services, what I'm imagining in the back of my mind are bad outcomes. And I do not mean to disparage by any means, since I don't know what you're doing, the efforts that are going on in planning. But I'm hoping that friendly government services means people smile more, and not that we're taking a complicated process that is perhaps deservedly complicated, like building a house or replacing a fence, to use a recent example, and we're dumbing down the process so much because we want people to have a good experience that we're leading to bad outcomes for the city. Like, I'm really having a hard time sort of processing that. And I would like to hear, at some point during this conversation about friendly government services, I would really like to understand that just means have people smile more.
Well, can I jump in there? This is a good time. So in short, it means have people smile more. But what it actually means is we're not trying to make the process any different, because we value the difficulty and the complexity of our process for reviewing design. What we want to do, and what we should do, is figure out a way to explain that to people better, make the process easier for people to understand and to navigate through, and so that when they get halfway through, 3/4 of the way through, there's not surprises. That's one of the things we hear oftentimes is I get through with my planning process, and then I get surprised by something at the building side of things. So it's looking at ways where we can take the process that exists, that is there intentionally to preserve how this place looks and feels, and make it easier for people to navigate that process, not creating a new process, not giving away the farm. That is not at all what friendly government service means.
So one way that you could appease me is to have a conversation with Linda and other people like Linda who have sort of complained about our process, and sort of pick apart when they complain about our process, what that means, and whether that means that, they're having a hard time getting their 7-foot fence appeal approved because you just can't have a 7-foot fence, or whether that means they got to the end of the process and they discovered that something hadn't been asked for in step 3, and now in step 13, they're being required to provide another piece of documentation. So I would really like it if you could talk to, I'll just put Linda on the spot, people like that.
Absolutely.
And make sure that we're all sort of on the same page about what friendly government means.
And so Anna, one of the things Anna has instituted in the last 2 or 3 months has been a work group of local professionals and residents to ask those exact questions. Like, how did your process go? Let's use a real project. Let's run it through. Tell us where those stumbling blocks were, so we can invite more people to that. It's meant to be for us to learn from the people that actually get sort of hit by our process. Yeah. Any other questions, comments? Councilmember Dramov.
Thanks, Brendan. Just a very brief comment. As far as the Wi-Fi expansion, I think that's definitely something we need to hear from the community, whether they want it, whether they like it, whether they don't like it, whether they may share Jeff's concerns, which are valid. So I really want to hear from the community at large on that.
Okay. Councilmember Delps?
On the Wi-Fi, I'm with Jeff. I don't want us to get into the telecom business because I don't know what the negative unintended consequences of doing it are, but I'm sure there are some. So I'm not particularly eager on that one. And then on customer service, Brandon, you and I have talked about it a lot. I think some of it, I'll share a story, and I'm sorry, it'll only take 30 seconds, but 30 years ago, my business partners and I had Horst Schultz, who is the founder of Ritz-Carlton, come and talk to us, and the concept was customer service. And he said, he shared with us that the mission of Ritz-Carlton is that we are ladies and gentlemen serving ladies and gentlemen. And he assured us, if you ask any employee in this building, because we were at Ritz-Carlton, what our mission is, they will tell you. And the second thing that we preach is that we are here to solve your problem. And we will make sure that whatever question you have is answered completely the first time you address us. So when we were leaving, and my boss was he was sort of this kind of guy, we ran into a gardener who was just pulling weeds along the side of the building. And my boss said to him, "What's the mission of the Ritz-Carlton?" This guy popped up and he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, serving ladies and gentlemen." And then my boss said, "Where's the bathroom?" And the guy walked us to the bathroom. He walked us to the men's room. That is customer service. It's understanding, what is the need? What are you trying to solve? What problem are you trying to solve? And let me lead you to the solution. You don't necessarily make the rules any different or any easier, but you make it easier to navigate the process. And I think we have a long way to go there. A long way to go. So I think this is a top priority.
I agree 100%. And I've shared with all of you, I come from hospitality originally years ago. As my first degree was in hospitality. I spent many years at the Pebble Beach Company, and they have a similar motto, which is exceed the customer's expectations by providing a once-in-a-lifetime experience every time. It's burned into my brain too. That's what I would stand up and say in a meeting. So that's my vision for a customer service program, which I've told you, and I'm sort of teasing out to the community now, is looking at how we can create a customer service type of program in a local government that isn't really something that's ever been done before, and looking at that, we're here to help. And we're here to understand what your expectations are and try to exceed those. Not to give you a roof that is non-compliant or a fence that looks terrible. It's so that you don't walk away from the process feeling like you just went through the ringer. That is really what it all comes down to with customer service for me. So thank you for that. Who haven't I gotten to yet? I'm sorry, we kind of deviated on this one a little bit. Mayor Burton, I'm sorry. Keep trying to forget you. I apologize.
I will go along with Jeff and actually everybody, I think, about the Wi-Fi. It was on the list that we were supposed to do it, right?
Yes, sir.
I think, sounds like we've had a change of heart, but it also sounds like we need to do some research.
If three of you say that it shouldn't be on the list, I'm just going to take it off the list. If I get one item off the list today, great.
I'm not voting that way. I want more research.
Okay.
But it sounded like three people did say no, right? If they said no, it's no.
Let's just do hands. 3 people, 3 council members. Who wants it to go off the list? Joel, you're not a council member. Put your damn hand down. I saw 3 hands go up. It's off the list.
That's pretty funny, though.
Okay. All right. You put it on the list, man. Yes, you did. Don't wag your beard at me. Yes, you did. We'll talk about it later. All right. Mayor Burton, what else?
I've got to find where it was. I'm good.
Okay. Councilmember Booter, did I get you yet?
My only comment is, I know when you spoke to us, when we were talking about, filling Chip's position, for example, you spoke that this was one of your top priorities, this customer service kind of centric culture.
Yes, sir.
And I think to the extent that it is one of your top priorities, and it's something that you are going to be spending staff time on.
And my time.
And your time,
Yeah.
I think it's something that we should have on here.
Agreed,
'Cause then we can
100%.
hold you accountable for it and track it, and so.
Thank you. Yep.
I agree.
Okay, did I get to everyone this time around? I apologize. Okay, so that gets us to the very, very last slide, and then I promise I'll let you out of here. So we've got this list that lives at the back, and I just want to make sure that we get a chance to just touch on it really quickly. These are the future projects Some of these we've already talked about in this meeting and I believe have been elevated, like TOT obviously is something. But just to run down the list really quick, we've got explore opportunities for Flanders Mansion, outdoor dining, outdoor wine tasting, Scout House, Bridge to Everywhere, underground power lines separate from 20A, build a city-owned conduit system, and implement a parking and traffic management system. Is there anything, council, in this realm of things that are currently a future project that you want to talk about bringing up, or something that we didn't even talk about today and you wish you had brought up and would like to add as a priority, a G item, the brown items? So I'm just gonna go around real quick, sort of like a last chance, last call kind of thing. Councilmember Delves.
Well, just on this, I mean, this is sort of the park, we called it the parking lot last year, which at the time was sort of like things we'll address later.
Yes.
I'll give you my own opinion. Look, and I frankly haven't spent much time on it. I'd be fine removing outdoor wine tasting and permanent outdoor dining. I think those are private sector decisions that, you know, we don't have to enable. And if people have private property that they can, you know, in their restaurant or their wine tasting room, that they can do those things outside, that's great, but not on city property. Really, let's be clear, the bridge to everywhere is not really the bridge to everywhere anymore. The bridge isn't really part of the conversation. The conversation we're having with the Friends of the Nature Preserve is really more about creating a park. That maybe that bridge will come along someday, but that's not really our priority. And Jeff can confirm that or not, but I think that's where we are. So the rest of those, I think, shouldn't go away.
Okay. Councilmember Dremoff.
Just in my comments throughout today, clearly I support having us have the discussion on the transit occupancy tax, putting that on the November 26th ballot, and as Jeff said, doing it sooner rather than later so that we can get the timing right on that. As I've discussed many times today, opportunities for Flanders Mansion and Scout House, yes, I think that should be a priority. The undergrounding, separate from Rule 20A, I would like us to seriously act on the momentum that we have with PG&E and look into the undergrounding of Dolores and Second, and ideally having them help with the cost on that as well. I agree with Bob. Let's take out the outdoor dining master plan and the wine tasting ordinance, and that's about it.
Thank you. Councilmember Barron.
I agree with, a number of these things got moved to the main list, right?
Yes, that's
So
what I was
like
saying in the beginning.
Parking
yes.
and traffic management program, paid parking, that got moved.
Yep.
Undergrounding power lines, oh, no. There was a question about what happened to Rule 20A undergrounding. Like, did we make the decision to put that back on the list?
It sounded like it, yes.
To implement it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just sort of unclear.
And if I can interrupt for a second, sir, just as you're saying this, one of the real potential outcomes of our February meeting is we're going to put all these things on the list, and me talking with my staff, we're going to come to you and say, we can't do all of this in 2026. We're going to suggest some of these things go on a future project list. So this list will regrow, I think, after your February meeting. So keep that in mind too. Like, when you move stuff up, that's great. We got that.
Okay.
Anything else, sir?
No, sir.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Booter.
Yeah, the only thing that I would think of on this topic is, I know it sounded like there were 3 people that were interested in I guess, paid parking, but for me, I'm really interested in parking enforcement. So like when I go to the post office on the weekend and the parking lot is, full and there's like one person in the post office, or if I go to the children's library at 5:00 at night and, I'm the only family in there, but the parking lot, which accommodates a lot of cars, is completely full. I think that's sort of an issue. And there have been times when we just haven't had enough people. There have been days when I think we just haven't had coverage. I think we need to look at the incentive structure in terms of the size of the fines, particularly places like down by the beach. And even the staffing structure, how many folks do we need to make to have effective enforcement. And I would be particularly interested in digging into that for a year and sort of understanding that before, going deeper on a lot of other, parking related options. I heard the majority of the council on the paid parking thing, but, that's an area where I think it's probably not that hard to make some changes there. Even there are certain cities that outsource their parking enforcement and there's a profit incentive. I think there's a lot of ways to look at it, but it's an area that I think could use some improvement.
And I know that the chief shares your sentiment and is working on some potential short-term solutions. And I think you bring up some really good, bigger vision things about the fine structure, which of course would come to council. That's not something we can do, but the chief's working on some staffing solutions to get that underway. So I'll keep you all updated in your one-on-ones, and we can figure out, in February if we want to put that on as a priority list.
Well, I guess my question was sort of, since this is the topic here, is there appetite among other council members to, do we have room, given our finite time and energy and staff resources, to look at that question this year?
I can bring that back in February as an item, as you guys.
No,
want.
I'm asking.
You want to ask him now? Okay, Councilmember Booter's asking you a question. Do you have an appetite to add an item that is more just simply focused on parking enforcement, if the fine structure is correct, if we have the correct employee structure, if we should be outsourcing those efforts? Councilmember Dramov, question to you.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with Hans, and I didn't expand on that as much as he did when he spoke, but
Yeah.
I absolutely think we need to focus on the enforcement. It's very
Okay.
basic and common sense that we haven't been doing that, and that's contributed to some issues. So let's focus on that.
Okay.
And I know the chief mentioned at a recent meeting that we do have more employees now who will be working on that.
Councilmember Barron, thumbs up on that idea, thumbs down, thumb sideways?
Sideways.
Okay, Mayor Byrne?
Do you need us to say this, or?
Well, I think the question is actually from Councilmember Booter.
I'm talking to
Okay.
the chief.
Okay.
We haven't heard from him yet.
Sorry, I've never spoken publicly before. I'm very interested in kind of diving into this aspect of enforcement. And I have a good partner with Jamie to help me figure out, and Marissa to help me figure out kind of how to make that happen.
So it's a good thing for us to say yes, spend some time.
I think so.
Okay.
Okay, that's 3. Councilmember Delves?
Yes, not instead of paid parking.
Of
but-
course. No, that wasn't the question at all, adding another item. So we will add that. Thank you so much. In this last call, final round, Mayor, did I get to you?
No.
Okay, Mayor Byrne.
I don't know where this kind of thing goes, so just bear with me.
Sure.
The whole issue of fire sprinklers is like filling my inbox.
Please be more specific.
The fact that anytime anything changes in a building, you have to put fire sprinklers, and you have to do the whole building, which is $500,000. It's debilitating to our ability to bring in new businesses, and they're going to go somewhere else. So
Okay.
I don't know where that fits. I don't know if we can do it. It's a state law. I don't know, but I don't know if it's a planning commission. It probably is.
It is fire code, building code, state
I don't know
codes.
if there's something we can do about it, if we make
Okay.
the right phone calls. I don't know. But it's a problem for our city. We've got old buildings, and it just makes them unusable. Biz dev, I know we talked about that, having somebody focused on that, even if it's a volunteer position. I don't know if we can expand what the chamber's role is, but we need it. We really need it to get the right kinds of businesses here. And now it looks like we need it to get the right kind of people buying our houses here. So I don't know where that fits. I still can't believe we don't have a master plan for this town. And I'm not saying we should spend huge amounts of money doing it, but we should talk about it at some point, because I haven't found one. It's a general plan, but
It's a
there's-
general plan, but yeah.
It's
Like there's no.
that's flowery. We're
Yeah.
Carmel. It doesn't really mean much to me. City website, it needs some work. I have a hard time finding things, and I know where everything is. Not to disparage whoever does it, but it just needs some work. Municipal documents, I don't know where that fits, but we've got a lot of them, and they're all out of date, and we don't have a strategy for managing them, for version control, none of that. That's not good for a city like us. Restroom, we talked about it. That's a CIP, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's in the CIP.
Yeah, so, okay, just
Yep.
forget that.
Yep.
signage, some of the signage in town is getting old. Is that just CIP too?
It is.
I'm researching it on my own,
Yep.
and I'll bring some ideas, okay?
Yep.
The whole issue with driveways, that's filling my inbox too all of a sudden, and there's a bunch of pallets of pavers all over town because people started driveways and found out they have to redo all their landscaping. It's not good. I don't know if we can change that. Is that planning commission?
That would be more like the design review stuff. So design traditions, that would be something to bring up when we're talking about design
It's a problem.
traditions. Yep.
It's a problem, and it's a shame that people can't improve their house and make things more permeable than asphalt. Same thing with gravel and dark dirt and all that sort of stuff. People just are talking to me all the time about this stuff. In Car Week, I guess that's just happening. Does that have to be a priority for us?
It just happened. I mean, we have Chief's doing his listening sessions right now. He'll come to you with a report out. So I don't
It doesn't
think
have
that
to
needs
be
to be a
on the list.
priority. No.
Okay. All right. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. Well, unless there's any last minute comments from council, I want to thank everybody for sticking around an extra half an hour today. I think that was very productive. So next step, I just want to make sure everyone understands what's going to happen next as you're packing. So please don't turn off your ears completely. So what we're going to do, we took copious notes from today's meeting. We're going to reconstitute the priorities list. We're going to be at the regular city council agenda in February. And we're going to go through the list. We as staff are going to assign what we heard as level of priorities to these projects. We'll put things up that we heard are now part of the list. And then we'll get council feedback on that. And hopefully the goal is to walk away from that meeting much like a real symphony who has a playbill or has a program that they're going to do for their entire season. We will hopefully walk away from that meeting with our season for what our symphony of the city staff and myself are going to do for 2026. So thank you very much. Don't forget to come and participate in the February meeting with City Council because that's where will be the conclusion of this, where we get the playbill for 2026. So thank you everyone for coming today.
Thank you. Thank you.